Fam, what's going on? Kyle Henderson, Bama Football on YouTube. I appreciate you guys being here. Hit the thumbs up on this video and let me know where you guys are coming from inside the comment box. Busy day for Alabama yesterday, and what a day it was as Alabama defeats North Carolina by a score of 89-87 to advance to the Elite Eight. My goodness. I mean, what an incredible game. You know what? Honestly, that was probably one of the better basketball games that I have watched maybe ever. Honestly, I mean, the entire game was entertaining from the jump, right? And I thought it was a really big heavyweight fight. Call line number is open at the bottom of the screen, 205-850-1994. Wanted to talk about the Alabama basketball game last night, as well as, Grant Nelson's performance, which was just unbelievable. Where has that been, right? And you look collectively to this team, they played like a team last night in this effort to beat North Carolina. I thought North Carolina, look, from the jump, that team was fantastic. I knew that it was going to be a dogfight the entire way. Alabama winning 89-87. Next up, Clemson, a team that beat Alabama earlier, way back in the beginning of the season. But last night, I mean, look, Sears came with it. He had 18 points, and he's kind of been the guy that has led this team to where they have been at this point in time. But then last night in a game against North Carolina, #1 seed, and I mean, clearly just an elite program. I mean, Baycott was unbelievable. I mean, that guy's an absolute monster. Finished with 19 points, 8 of 18 from the field. But on the flip side, man, these guys did work, and collectively as a team, right? You have, I'll pull up the stats right now so you guys can see the overall stats. And first of all, let me get some shout outs going on inside the comment box. Let me know where you guys are watching from. What's up, Adam? I see you coming in from LaGrange, Georgia. Thank you very much for being here right here on Bama Football on YouTube. Skyler, what's going on, man? Thanks for being green. Being green means that you are a fan funder of this YouTube channel. Please just take a minute real quick and hit the thumbs up. For whatever reason, it notifies all our other subscribers that we're live and to come and watch the show with us this morning. So, Skyler, I appreciate you being here. Jalen, what's going on from Selma? That's the home of Derek Smith, right? Alabama's one of their newest prospects that has jumped on board. We're going to talk about Alabama's scrimmage as well. But, I mean, this basketball team deserves their flowers, 100%. Shane coming in from Century, Alabama. We appreciate you being here. Thank you very much. LaQuaisha, what's up? Good morning to you. I see you inside the comment box. Cynthia, good morning as always. Adam Watson, what's going on, man? I appreciate you being here. Cat Pool, what's up, man? Locked and loaded for today. Show Ruben Poole, good morning to you. Ryan Russell, good morning to you. I appreciate you. And please, everybody, please welcome in Ryan Wingo, who has become a new fan funder right here on Bama Football on YouTube. Man, yeah, you got it, Sweet Home, right? Hey, Tar Heels. Hey, Tar, we just beat the hell out of you. Roll Tide, Dennis, he's a truck driver. Got you, man. K-Spray, what's up, man? Appreciate you, man. Jalen, yo, is Derek Smith the dog? For sure. Like, I mean, his highlights. I saw the highlights on, it was Touchdown Alabama that had him. And I saw some of the highlights, and I was like, my goodness. Dude, he looks like it, man. I can't wait to see it. Oh, center. I got you. Thank you so much. Chance, what's up, man? Appreciate you being here. Shane, thanks for the heads up, man. Appreciate you. Okay, let me get the stats on board. I got Nate Oats' press conference here. I uploaded it this morning. I was watching the game. I was so tired last night watching the game, but the game was so entertaining, right? I mean, there was, like, you literally couldn't look away. Okay, Brock, and we're going to get to this because our boy of Tony Sukalis of Rivals.com, that's Tide Illustrated, he has some pretty good scoop this morning. So if you want to go and like read the scoop, we'll talk about it this morning, but that's at Rivals.com. You know, whether you support Rivals on 324/7, all those guys do a really great job within their craft, and they got scoop for sure. And there's a big note on Parker Brailsford today. We'll talk about that in just a minute. Let me highlight these stats real quick because I think collectively when you look to these stats from last night's game, it really paints a picture of a team victory. I'll go full screen on this so you guys can see. So starting at the left, and we'll look at Alabama, right? 89 to 87. Alabama was actually down, 8 at the half, losing 54 to 46. And even despite that loss, I still felt that Alabama was right in the mix of things, right? I never felt like the game was completely out of reach for Alabama at any point. That first half, honestly, was just a street fight, 1,000,000%. I mean, you have two incredible basketball programs, two incredible coaches going head to head, and the offense, literally, it was a street fight. I mean, guys were just playing out of their mind. So when you zoom into the stats, and you see that, let me see if I can go a little bit closer on Alabama's side. There you go. All right. What stands out to me last night, clearly what Grant Nelson was able to do. But before we highlight Grant Nelson, I mean, and where the hell has that been the entire season, right? He plays like that. Alabama might be a number one team. Adam, I agree, man. It was like a heavyweight boxing match for sure. Like like punches were flying. Like it kept going maybe more like a middleweight, because these teams had so much kind of back and forth. What's going on, Kimberly? I see you inside the comment box. Good morning to you. All right, so Mark Sears has 18, right? But he was 2 for 7 from beyond the arc, so he wasn't filling it that much. 2 for 2 from the charity stripe, but. He has 18 points. Grant Nelson goes crazy. 24 points. He's 6 and 9, 2 for 2 from beyond the arc, and he's 10 of 13 from the free throw line. And he had 12 boards. I thought he played like that when Grant Nelson came in. I thought that was going to be the Grant Nelson all season long. And look, I think the beginning of the season. In most of the season, his performance and not knocking the kid, it just I have to report what I see. It was a little bit underwhelming, but I think there was a lot of people that maybe gave up on him. Maybe you could check the receipts or whatever. I thought that was what it was going to be. But clearly Nate Oats knew that he was capable to play at this level. His teammates were. Man, he came through, and this is really important too. I think a lot of people were really, really worried and kind of lost faith even before this game started because Wrightsell didn't play, right? And then you had Pringle, who was banged up with the injury as well. So without Wrightsell, people are thinking, well, he's the second best player on the team. How's Alabama going to manufacture points, right? What's amazing about it is you have the team stepped up. Chris, what's up, man? I appreciate you, man. Just got in from the basketball team rolling. Great work, man. Stay relentless. 100%, man. I appreciate you being here. David, what's up, man? I see you inside the comment box as well. Pringle played out of his mind, man. In terms of like the, playing with the injury and still playing against Baycott from North Carolina, that might be one of, like, these guys from North Carolina, ballers. My goodness, that was the best team that Alabama's probably faced, outside of that Purdue team all season long. So, Nelson, 24 points, played outstanding. But look at these other contributors, right? You have Rylan Griffin, who scored 19 points, and you had Aaron Estrada. Look, Aaron Estrada, fam, what did you guys think about Aaron Estrada's play, too? I know everybody's hyping up Grant Nelson, and rightfully so. But I thought that Grant Nelson was balling. Like, he was playing, he had that one where he's kind of stepped through, he fell, and he just kind of lifted it up, and it hit the backboard and fell in. Man, Aaron Estrada, I thought, played really well against North Carolina as well. Coming in with 19 points, and he was 9 of 17 from the field. Man, this was a good team victory, 1,000,000%. I will play Coach Oats' opening comments in case you guys have missed it, and then we'll kind of bounce back and forth. And of course, the call line is open. We got a 256 and a 256. Hang tight. I'm play Nate Oats' opening comments from last night after their monster victory in the Sweet 16 against North Carolina. Alabama headed to the Elite Eight for just the second time ever, playing the Clemson team that I think, they're ready to go. They know what Clemson brought last time. This team just beat the top dog in the ACC, ready for another. Here's Nate Oats from last night.
Showing some character these last 3 games. We've been questioned all year on defense, and probably rightfully so, but our defense showed up, particularly in the second half. We had a game plan. You got to give North Carolina credit. They're a very good team. They've played well all year, but we had a game plan. You got to give Cadeau and Trimble a lot of credit, though. We planned on leaving them open. They had 4 threes in the first half, so we questioned whether to stay with it or not. We decided to stick with it. Those guys ended up not playing very many minutes, 13 between the two of them. So I think the plan was right. We just, sometimes stuff doesn't go your way. They didn't hit that many threes, but we just stuck with it. Our word's been next this whole tournament. Next play, next play. They hit it. I told them that's on me. Just next play, next play. We'll figure it out. We made adjustments, and these guys just kept making plays. And I want to say, Sears he scored at least 20 points. I don't know how many straight games, or 20 out of the last 22 or something. Late, he's been great for us. So I went to him, when we were down there late, and I said, what do we got to run? He said, forget it, man. Get it to Grant. Grant's cooking. Let's go with Grant. Let's roll. And look, when you got your leading scorer and best player telling you to run plays for somebody else on the team, I think we use the word Mudita a lot that we stole from Coach Murphy with softball. That's the definition of Mudita. He's vicarious joy through Grant's great game, and Grant has 24, 12, and 5. Grant showed up, and we've been in one Elite Eight in the history of Alabama basketball. This dude showed up tonight in a big way again.
That is Nate Oats talking about his team, and we'll take your calls and we'll kind of navigate through all this. So I don't know if you guys caught this, okay, but he said Mudita. So what I know about Mudita, because I read the Book of Joy. So it basically, it's with the Dalai Lama and Desmond Tutu, who has now passed away. But the two meet and they just celebrate life. And they talk about Mudita. And basically, Murphy was the first one from the softball team to talk about Mudita. And what that is basically celebrating the success of somebody else, right? Somebody at your job gets a promotion, you celebrate with them, and you kind of celebrate that happiness. So for Coach Nate, that made my ears perk up because I know exactly what that means. So Desmond Tutu, if you know who he is and what he was about, he talks a lot about that Mudita, and that's kind of a way to, facilitate happiness through your life. But I'm glad to see it kind of spilling over to the basketball program. We go to the phone lines with the 256. Hey, good morning. Thanks for joining me. You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with, and where are you calling in from?
It was Daryl from Huntsville.
Hey, what's up, Coach? I appreciate you calling in, man. Your take on the game last night. Alabama now headed to the Elite Eight for just the second time in school history. What's up, man? What were your takeaways from last night's game?
Well, everything I said had to happen, happened. They had three-level scoring. They didn't get crushed on the boards. They played. They had a game plan on defense. Even though it started out, the guys started out hitting the threes. They stuck with it. As Coach O just said in his interview, they stuck with it. And they didn't get down. When they got down, they didn't get down. They played with enthusiasm. They played as if when they walked out on the floor, that they knew they could win the game. Mm. And confidence is a huge part of sports. Confidence is a huge part of anything. Mm. Mm. And you saw people, just like you said, you were 100% right. Everybody was telling us about how great Grant Nelson was, and this, just be honest, nobody's trying to rip the young man, but he was underwhelming would be a kind adjective for him for his season. He came in, and in that last 5 minutes, he totally dominated the game. He made Baycock look like a cream pudding because he took the ball to him. He hit threes. He rebounded. He frustrated Baycock because he played physical with him underneath the basket. He got a crucial call, which he should have got 2 or 3 because Baycock was pushing off all night and getting offensive rebounds. But that one that he pushed off, he should have got a technical foul because, again, if you go back and look at the film, he threw the ball at the referee and went toward the referee and started screaming and cussing. Mm-hmm. How do you not get a technical foul?
Pringle would have got a technical.
So you got that. You got that right. You got that right. So, they played a memorable game. Of course, now we got to put that all behind us. Get ready. Clemson's beat us once this year, but I think we're a better team, and we got more belief than we had at the start of the season. Because the start of the season we struggled, then we had good periods, and we had bad periods, and then the ultimate downer was when they got blew out by Kentucky. Even though they scored 90 points, they still lost by about 17 or 18. So it was a great game. It was a great night for Alabama basketball.
Mm-hmm. What do you think? When you kind of look collectively at this team and you see kind of like that team effort, and you heard just Nate Oates' comments just now saying that Mark Sears even had the presence of mind to be like, hey, these guys are cooking, these guys are eating, draw something up for some of these guys and have them eat. I mean, look, if Alabama, we know this. We knew that Mark Sears was going to get his. But I think collectively, if this team plays, like we knew that they had firepower and they played very physical last night against a good team. North Carolina was excellent. Like that was probably one of the most entertaining basketball games I've watched, honestly. Like there was no like down, like it was just a straight street fight. Do you think that this team, I mean, like how is the sky the limit for this team, Coach? I mean, I know there's some bigger teams out there, and that could probably be one of their downfalls is like in the paint, but I don't know. I mean, this team's now in the Elite Eight. I mean, things are getting serious right now.
Well, the game plan, I was pleased to see they did not leave Nelson or Pringle down in the box one-on-one with Baycott. He had his one-on-one move, but for the most part, when he got the ball, they forced him to pass the ball outside. And once again, if anybody knows anything about basketball, if you watch any basketball, the game really starts, even though this is the era of the three, but the game starts inside out. Any coach will tell you that. The game starts inside out. We get the ball inside, we punch them inside, and the shots will come. Well, once they shut him down, they forced him to shoot the threes, and guess what? The threes are not falling because, once again, the three is what? A low percentage shot. They didn't have a Stephen Curry. So if Stephen Curry's out there, that's a bad strategy. He defies the odds.
Yep.
But they didn't have one. And so even though the guy hit about two, he did one incredible three over over Nelson from about 30 plus feet. But other than that, they shot terrible. And the number one guy, the guy who was making all the free throws, they shut him down to the point he was 0 for 9 for 3. So you're gonna have nights like that when you rely on distance shooting, and when you once they strangled Baycott, it was a wrap.
Coach, I got to flow through my calls, man. I got 5 in the queue, man, but I appreciate you starting
out. No problem.
Yeah, lead off, man, and we'll catch up with you next time. Thanks, buddy. All right. Coach calling in.
My pleasure.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Thanks, Coach. We appreciate you calling in from Huntsville. It was crazy. We got a 256, 865, a 256, and 832 coming up next right here on Bama Football on YouTube. It was crazy last night. Do you see like the very, very last play of the game, right? So Nelson misses that free throw, and North Carolina gets it, and they try to the dude tried to launch it down court, and he was blocked by Grant Nelson, right? Like that was like the extra cherry on top. Yeah, that was crazy. All right, we go right now to the phone lines at the 256. Hey, good morning. You're on the show with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with, and where are you calling in from?
Hey, this is Greg from Athens. Good morning.
Hey, Greg. Appreciate you calling in, man. I appreciate it. Can't wait to get your take about this game last night. It was ultra entertaining. 2 high-quality basketball teams. Alabama clearly played their best game of the season last night. Grant Nelson is that guy, and he played like that guy we're expecting. Give me some takeaways overall. I know you're a big basketball guy, so interested to hear your take on last night's game.
Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah, it was a great game last night. I thought the first half, they hit 10 threes. And, of course, 4 of them came from 2 shoots, only made 8 all year. So, we had a great strategy. They just, sometimes it happens. Second half, we locked down. Kyle, all we need to do on defense, because we're so good on offense, is just play in stretches. A 4-minute stretch here, a 5-minute stretch there, maybe a 6-minute stretch there. I'm really locking down, because the second half they only scored 5 points in the first 10 minutes. But we were like 5 for 12. But if we'd have got hot right there, we could have controlled the game. But we talked the other day. Well, I said that we need to get Nelson, clear the floor away, let him go one-on-one, and he did. They couldn't stop it. It just kept going and going and going. And, then he got to the free throw line. He's making, that. Then they went under a screen. He popped a three. Once he gets going, and what really helped him staying out of foul trouble was Pringle, and then we put Diabate. They were guarding Baycock. He didn't have to guard him. Didn't wear him out. He didn't get in foul trouble. That's what we need to do all the time. And you look at, I'm so glad we won, but, I've already kind of went on to Clemson. We've already played them once. They beat us by 9 at home. They're a great 2-point shooting team. They're not, they're pretty good on 3-point shooters, but they're a great 2-point shooting team. They're a great free throw shooting team, even though they only, score maybe 19%. But I think this is our chance, because last time we were in Elite Eight, we had to play freaking UConn, who won it all, and they were unbelievable. Now we got a team that we can actually win and go to the Final Four.
Was there any update? Shane's asking. I didn't see it, and I didn't hear Nate Oats mention it. Maybe I missed it on the press conference, but I'm asking Undefeated inside the comment box right now. Was there an update on Nick Pringle's injury? Greg, did you catch that by chance? Maybe I missed it. I'll kind of dive in.
I think he's already had a foot problem. Really, he's had it all year. It's just kind of creeping up a little bit worse, and then he landed on his heel. That made it even worse. So, he came back in. He gave it, gave it all he got. But I think he's been kind of battling off and on all year. So it's still going to be the same. But lucky you have, a couple of days off. I'm hoping we'll get Reitzel back, but I don't know. He went through warm-ups and everything, but they still didn't give him a go. So maybe another day or two, hopefully – he could play, but that's what's amazing. We won without him.
Yes, I know.
That's crazy.
And what did you think about Aaron Estrada's play? I think sometimes he gets a little bit overshadowed, but man, he was so high.
He's a junk. I call him. He's a junk man. He's the only one that's allowed to take 2-point shots on the team, really, without Nate Oats going nuts, because he's a trash man. He just makes those little plays. He'll throw, put it softly up on top of the backboard, or he'll kind of do this or that. But I thought our style of play, again, that's how we get recruits, but it wore Carolina out. Me and my son were watching the game. In the first half, man, Baycott was going to get out of there. He couldn't wait till halftime. I told my son, his name is Tide. I know it's crazy, but I told Tide, I said,
wait. Your son's name is Tide?
Yeah.
Oh, man, this is amazing.
Yeah, Tyde. Yeah, it's nuts. I
love
know.
it.
That's how big of Bama everything I am. But he's a basketball coach. So I said, wait till about the 15, 14 minute of the second half. They're going to be gassed. And they were. But when he missed that dunk, Boycott missed that dunk, it wasn't because he was tired. His legs were gone.
Yeah.
He was tired.
Yeah. Man, that was man.
I thought we did great. We played in stretches last night on defense. That's all we have to do. Because, the way we play, it's going to be hard to be a great defensive team with this team, because we're faster than the other teams that were pretty good, and we shoot better.
Yep.
Sometimes when you play fast, you're going to give up stuff sometimes. But I thought we had a great game plan. I thought we should have beat them worse than we did, honestly. They got lucky because, like I said, they hit 4. And that kid from Notre Dame, what was his name, man? He lit us up. I couldn't believe. I was really frustrated why we wasn't just digging in him in the first half. The second half, he couldn't get loose except that 1-3 he hit. But I was so happy that we finally got over the bubble. We just got to win this one now. We got to forget this game, and we can beat Clemson. But it's not, they're going to slow it down. They're going to play zone against us probably, and they're one of the slowest teams in basketball. They're going to slow it. So it's going to be whose will? How are we going to do it? We're going to have to really drive the gaps in the zone. They don't turn people over a lot, which is good. They give up the 3 a lot sometimes, which is really good. But, we'll see. Their pace, they're going to try to slow us down as best they can.
Well, I appreciate you calling in, and I'm running through calls this morning. We got a bunch on the line, so I appreciate the context. And next up, Clemson, and I'm sure we'll break it down again. But big win for Alabama, Greg. I always appreciate your context, man, and look forward to catching up with you next time. Appreciate you calling in.
All right, man. Roll Tide.
All right, roll tide to you. All right, we got a 865, a 256, and a 973 coming up next right here on Bama Football on YouTube. I appreciate you guys being here, hitting the thumbs up, and supporting the product right here on Bama Football on YouTube. Yesterday was a really big day for Alabama overall. I mean, you had, and I'll get to my calls in just a second. And at 9:30, I'll probably switch gears and start talking about football. For those of you interested about yesterday's scrimmage that was held at Bryant-Denny Stadium. At 10 o'clock, you got Ty Hayes. At 11, you got Coach Sean. Sean's on Friday mornings, and then at 12, you got Coach Smook taking you home for the midday spot, and then we'll see where we are in terms of Friday night. But I'll just kind of give you a little bit of a teaser for 9:30 when we start talking about football. Tony Sukalis, a good friend of mine, does a great job. He's actually one of the guys who gets some great nuggets. He's saying that there is a chance that Parker Brailsford could be hitting the transfer portal. So Parker Brailsford transferred in from Washington, battling with Tommy Brockemeyer, and didn't compete yesterday in the scrimmage. He's healthy, and it looks like signs are pointing to him hitting the transfer portal. So I guess we'll keep you posted on that, and we'll dive more into that. Maybe we'll even have Tony Sukalis join us on the show. But man, looks like Brockemeyer doing his thing and competing right now. And look, there's competition every single play. So a little bit surprised to hear that, to be honest, considering he started in every single game. But that's the thing too. And I'm gonna talk about football at 9:30. I promise you. But the SEC don't play. Like, you just don't come over here and start. Like, you gotta earn your position 1,000,000%. So I don't know all the details, but it looks like from what we read this morning, it looks like Parker Brailsford could be moving on from Alabama. So until it's official, it's official. But that's kind of the stuff that's out there right now. 865. I think it's maybe Angel. Let's see. Angel, what's up, man? I appreciate you calling in from Pigeon Forge, man. Give me your thoughts on the game last night.
Yeah, I thought Alabama played really well, and they finally played defense for the first time I saw them. About time they played defense. And not only that, I had Alabama losing. I'm glad I was wrong though. But this team is looking different now. We just gotta keep being healthy, and start making our shots again. Like, just being better shot selections, better defense, better awareness where you are at on the court. But man, just think about it. We played Clemson early this year. We lost. It's getting to coincidence now because we played them in football and now in basketball, and then we played all these other big men too. And somehow we were able to stop Baycott again. And I'm like, man, and that RJ Davis guy, man, he was not feeling it yesterday. Like, his game was just like disappeared.
Yeah.
And good thing that happened though, because he's a great free throw shooter, but he was terrible at shooting the ball. I mean, the whole Carolina team, except for that one guy, Ryan, and Wojak, or whatever his name is, were pretty good shooters. But everyone else just didn't show up. And I kind of knew we were going to win this game because, they really got gassed and they couldn't play defense. And especially Baycott was missing those dunks and everything. And then complaining to the referees. He should have got a tick for that, to be honest with you. But I'm kind of glad this team can get over the hump and finally made in the Elite Eight for the first time in 20 years. It was 2004. Is that we lost to UConn, but if we beat Clemson again, or if we ever do beat Clemson, we have to play UConn. So I'm not sure about that game yet. We're just thinking far ahead because we played Arizona, we played Purdue, we played everybody that we knew in the tournament so far.
Yeah,
I think it made us for this bigger moment.
Angel, you're kind of cutting out on me, man. Try again. Angel, let me see if I can get a better connection. Yeah, but before you go, man, give me your thoughts on Grant Nelson last night. Absolutely, played phenomenal last night. He finally came with him, man. Give me your take on Grant Nelson.
It was when he showed up. Let's tell you what, I'm kind of glad he's up.
Hey, Angel, you're cutting out, man. Call again next time, man. Sorry about it, but I got to move to my next call. Angel out in Pigeon Forge usually has a good connection. I'm not sure what happened right there. 256, you're up next. Let's do it. Hey, you're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with, and where are you calling in from?
What's up, Kyle? It's Luke from Weaver.
Hey, Luke, I'll ask you the same question that I was asking Angel. Your thoughts on Grant Nelson last night? And finally, like, that was the Grant Nelson that we were expecting from the time that he stepped on campus here in Tuscaloosa. Your thoughts on Grant Nelson and then the game last night? Welcome on in, Luke from Weaver. Take it away, man.
Yeah, that was what I kind of called to talk about, man. I got to eat crow on him. He proved me wrong, but the thing with proving someone wrong is you can't go back. You can't decline. See, like last night they were finally playing defense, and like you remember I told you last time, when you get beat, you need help, and you got to be able to trust that your men are going to be there to help you. They were there to help last night. They weren't playing on the ball or on the heels of their feet. They were playing on the balls of their feet. They were in front of the guys. The fouls were there, but when you played tough defense and you do all that, those happen. But did anybody foul out?
Last night,
Diabate was the closest dude.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, good point out on that, Luke.
So, they did what they were supposed to do. Fouls happened, but nobody fouled out. Grant Nelson, that was the biggest thing I thought there. Once Grant Nelson caught that third foul, and I saw Nate Oats take him out, but he went right back in. He didn't even stay out for the free throws. I said, that right there is the gutsiest call by a coach I've ever seen. And Grant Nelson didn't get one more foul.
Yep. Man, and like collectively, and I was talking about this when I opened up the show, and again, I'll start talking about football here at 9:30. But I mean, Sears has 18. It seemed kind of, and now, I mean, I was kind of quiet. But man, it was amazing to see Griffin tack on 19. And then I was talking about kind of the gritty play of Aaron Estrada too, who has 19, 9 of 17 from the field. What are your thoughts about his play? Like, I love the play where he kind of, he was under the basket, he threw it up, hit the backboard and went on in. Aaron Estrada's clutch, man. I feel like he's been a little bit, I don't know, underrated, or we haven't talked enough about Estrada this season.
I feel like we should have talked about him more this season, but this March Madness, he has been quiet, and yesterday he picked it up.
Yeah.
So I was just waiting for that to happen. Everybody's got their downtimes, but when you prove who you are is then when it matters. And he came back and proved himself last night. He'd been down, but and Grant Nelson especially proved himself. And it's what I told you last time I talked to you about Pringle. The man has butterfingers, bro. He cannot catch the ball under the basket. He did good help defense and did some good things, but every time someone Sears will get down to the basket and try to do a little pass to him, because if Sears gets near the rim, they surround him. So when they surround him and he goes to pass off the ball, it's like Pringle's not even paying attention. He fumbles the ball every time. Did you not notice that?
Yeah, I did. There was a lot of key points that stood out to me, and I don't tweet during basketball games because there's so much kind of like emotion that go up and down. Like when they opened up in like the first 8 minutes of the game, I literally had tweeted out, "Why is Alabama playing like there's 3 seconds left in the game?" Like it was that game was just so fast, and I get it. That's part of their play. And what is concerning, or something that kind of made my ears perk about when I was talking with Greg, who called in from Athens, was saying that Clemson is going to slow this game down and one of the slowest teams. So you have like one of the fastest teams and one of the slowest teams playing. I can't even remember that Clemson game. It was like so far long ago. But man, and you're right, Shane. Basketball is a game of runs. I mean, up and down, all over. Yeah, give me one more take, Luke, before I move to my next caller, man.
I definitely almost had a heart attack last night. But if we can play our game, which now you can't decline. If you did something, keep doing it. Our game includes defense.
Mm.
We did that yesterday. You proved you can do it, so keep believing in yourself and keep doing it. I don't care how slow they make the game. If you play defense, our offense is going to beat them.
Mm.
So that's all we got. We got to play defense. Play on our your feet. Stay in front of the man, and for God's sake, box out and get rebounds. I don't understand how you get 4 offensive rebounds in a row.
Mm.
It blows my mind. But there's just once that dude missed that dunk. Once he missed that dunk, I knew they were gassed and the game was over. That's when I knew we won.
Yep.
I said, them 2 points right there are going to matter.
Mm. All right, Luke, I got to move to my next caller, man. But I appreciate you calling in to rap with me on basketball, man. And I'll catch up with you next round, man.
Yep. Take it easy, bro.
All right, man. See you, Luke. All right, my good buddy Luke calling in from Weaver. We got Chris from New Jersey up next. Hang tight, Chris. I'll get to you. The crazy thing about Aaron Estrada last night, I forget about this. This is the 4th stop that he's made, right? And just as who pointed it out just a minute ago that said Wingate World Unlimited. What's up? I appreciate you being here. Saw Estrada at Hofstra. Yeah, he was at Hofstra, Oregon, and what was it, St. Peter's, right? So, man, that's crazy. Just transfer portal, the world changes. I mean, so now he's here at Bama and people loving it. I appreciate you guys calling. Yeah, I'm just like trying to filter in the calls today. Hey, look, it's 9:30. I said I'd start talking about Alabama football. One of the things that is out there this morning, I'm sure you guys have seen it. It's all over. Tony Tsoukalis of Bama Tide Illustrated, which is the Rivals network, put out some nuggets today. You can go read those nuggets on his website, Tide Illustrated. But Parker Brailsford did not practice with the team yesterday, did not scrimmage with the team yesterday. And it's looking like, according to Tony Tsoukalis, does a really good job, that it's likely he transfers from Alabama. Now, Luke could do, Luke's voice does kind of sound like Nate Oats now that I think about it. But Parker Brailsford, I mean, I don't know. Like, it's not official until it's official, but where there's smoke, there's usually fire. And it looks like Parker Brailsford could be hitting the transfer portal, which is crazy because this is a time to come in and to compete, right? This is a time to come in and look. I don't necessarily see. I mean, in the past, nothing has ever been like no one's ever won their position in spring football, in my opinion. Like, I mean, you rewind to last year, Justice Haynes shined. He didn't, barely played last year. Danny Lewis started at tight end. He didn't start, last year. So I don't know. Like, this is a time where you compete. And to hear this, look, I have no idea why he would be transferring, what would be the case. It seems like, he's just right there competing with James Brockemeyer. So I think it's so early to be hitting the transfer portal. Even if you get beat out by James Brockemeyer, just like hang tight. You're right there. You did a lot for Washington last year. Clearly you're coming in and you know the system. So man, compete. There's nothing wrong with competing, right? Nothing. So I don't know if this is going to happen, but it looks like Parker Brailsford could be hitting the transfer portal. Come April 15th. Here is Coach Kalen DeBoer after yesterday's practice, and here are his opening comments after the scrimmage.
Practice eight, just like that, it's over. It's first scrimmage for us. It was good to be in the stadium, but the guys were really excited. And only 2 practices this week, heading into Easter weekend, then next week and week after we finish up with our other 7. So a little over 2 weeks is all we got. It's going fast, but really like the way that we've come along here in the last 3-4 practices in particular. I think each side of the ball, continue to see the things that they're strong at and continue to work on the areas where we can improve. And so mindset's where it needs to be. Guys just going to work, and you saw that today. So no matter what the scenario was. And, from my standpoint as a head coach, you want that give and take, and that's exactly what we had today. So I felt good about it. Each side, always wants it a little bit better just because There were some missed opportunities here and there they could have taken advantage of, but really good job by our guys coming out and competing. Thought we played very physical today, and that's what you're going to get when you get out there and it's live. But execution always can be better. I'd expect that improvement from practice one to practice two. But for the most part, I was really pleased with where we're at.
And that is Coach DeBoer, his opening comments following Alabama's first scrimmage of the spring season. On Lance Hunter, Lance, I appreciate you being here. Tommy Brockermeyer medically redshirted, so he was the tackle. He was a 5-star. He came to Alabama, was never able to get onto the field here at Alabama, transferred to TCU, and I think he medically retired from football. So he's not playing anymore. His brother, James Brockermeyer, I think it was like a 3-star, wasn't he? And he's been here for quite some time. And when he first came here, I don't necessarily know if he was always a center or a guard, whatever the case is. Now he's at center. I'm surprised he didn't play a little bit more last season, considering the issues that Alabama was having with the cadence or whatever the case was last year. This year, I think as soon as Parker Brailsford got here, everybody was talking that Parker Brailsford was going to be the starter, that he was the guy that coming in off an offensive line that won the Joe Moore Award that he was a part of under Coach DeBoer, that he would be the guy. People questioned Parker Brailsford, his size, that he was undersized. When I asked about that, people said that, it's actually better for him to be undersized. I don't know. I never played the center position. But it looks like James Brockermeyer is winning that spot. There's nothing wrong with competition. I would wish these guys would compete even into the month of August going into that first game, right? Just because you don't win right now, like the game is not over like today. Your starting spot isn't determined by even spring football, in my opinion. There's a lot of football left. You're just one. I have no idea if that would be, maybe he just doesn't like it here. But the fact is, like, he likes his coaching staff. Clearly, this is the coaching staff that he was. So I guess we'll have to figure out what happens, but we'll go back to the phone lines, and we got Chris from New Jersey. And if you want to call in and talk about, any of yesterday's scrimmage or ask a question, call-in line is open, 205-850-1994. It's highlighted at the bottom of the screen. Chris from New Jersey in 3, 2, 1. Chris, what's up, man? I appreciate you being here. Welcome to the show.
Kyle, happy Good Friday to you.
Yeah, happy Good Friday to you too, man. I hope you are having a good Friday. Last night, it was a late night, but, man, there was a lot of news and events to cover. Alabama now moving on to the Elite Eight for the second time in school history. It's pretty crazy.
Well, I stayed up way past my bedtime because of you, Kyle. I'm not mad at you. I'm not mad at you. What a great game. And I'm off today, so and thank God they won. I'm like, oh my God, I'm staying up so late to watch this game. Remember, I'm an hour different than you guys. I mean, I'll tell you now. I'm not trying to put that jinx out, but they could go further. I don't want to say any more because I don't want to be the one that jinxes anybody out here.
Yeah, I look, this team can go, I think, as far as they want to go. I mean, clearly they have enough firepower, and they proved it last night. I mean, they don't have to solely rely on the play of Mark Sears or someone else to get hot. I mean, collectively, what they were able to do last night, I mean, I almost had, 4 guys that scored 20 points, which is crazy. And that's a sign of a really good team. I mean, the way that Grant Nelson played was phenomenal. If he can keep up that level of play, and I don't know, because it seems like he's been kind of inconsistent, but last night's performance is probably one of the better performances in the NCAA tournament last night on that type of stage in a Sweet 16 matchup. So, really, really impressed with what they were able to do. Brian is asking about Jalen Hill has hurt his knee, this bone, the ACL, MCL. I don't know if they were ever determined if it was an ACL or MCL. Coach is going to talk here. I'll play the clip where he talks. He just says basically a knee injury. What else you got, Chris?
Regarding the center, Coach Sean has mentioned, not recently, but, and I'm sure he's going to probably want to talk about it, and you and Smook, but, there were several other players. How do you say that guy's name? Olanin?
Yeah.
Olas. I apologize.
Olas Alanen. He's from Finland. Alanen.
Oh boy. We need hyphen cards like we had in like 5th grade. But he was taken some snaps last year. And, he's like 6'6". So, listen, 6'2", 275, we all know that those numbers are kind of fudged a little bit. Imagine this guy coming into Alabama and having to go against the defensive line, who were all worked up.
Yeah.
After Saban. I mean, he might have been getting banged around. Now, on a positive note regarding James Brockemeyer, iron sharpens iron. People don't just say that. It's actually the truth. And, this guy's been going up against some beasts for 2 years.
Yeah.
He's been in the weight room, and, maybe this guy is going to be the starter. I mean, or there's some other ones, I don't want to see anybody leave, but, if you don't want to compete, then Alabama's, I forget that defensive lineman that was in the NFL was like, Alabama's not for everybody,
Well, that's the other thing. I mean, and I've even asked this about, different players who come over, or like coaches or whatever, like, the SEC is different. Can you imagine James Brockemeyer? Like, even if he's going against the 2s or the 3s for, I don't know what, the last 3 seasons that he's been here, he's getting better every single day. He's one player that we really haven't even heard of that much, just because he's just kind of kept to himself. But, I think it's going to be an amazing story if he's able to win the starting job, because I think there's a lot of people who kind of gave up on him, said that he was never going to play at Alabama because he was a 3-star, whatever. And the thing is, he comes from a football family. His dad played in the NFL. His family is, they're Texas legacies. His brother transferred out to TCU. He wins a spot here, and he's the starting center over a guy that they brought from their system. Hey, maybe Brockemeyer is just a badass dude who's playing really good football, and he's worked his tail off to compete for that spot. If that's the case, I love it.
Kyle, I love this story. Imagine if he starts for Alabama.
Yes.
Gets drafted maybe in a higher round in the NFL and makes it, and he's the brother that makes it to the NFL. That would be, what a great story.
Yeah, I know. I like the story. You come over here, and and the thing about it, if you've been following Alabama football and like recruiting for the last several years, when he came in, nobody, like, he was just basically like a extra piece to Brockemeyer. That's how I remember the recruiting process. There was like, oh, Brockemeyer is a sure start. 5-star, he's going to, be the guy, and he never saw the field. And the younger Brockemeyer, James, was always referred as the younger Brockemeyer. He's just kind of like, the extra piece that came over here, and he'll never play this and that. So who knows? I mean, if he's at this
Kyle,
point in time, go ahead, Chris.
The real reason I'm calling is and I'm sure the Undefeated will give a million thumbs up. We're digging the Smook and Kyle on the stool after recap. So first of all, we need to name that segment, and you got to keep that segment going with the stools. We're digging it now. Now listen, I'm an analytical person, so I was watching the basketball game last night, and I was looking at all the other, Alabama channels. Okay. Mm-hmm. Now, you realize that that the 105,000 is more than most of them put together. So, I think that you should be getting the question every time. They're going to be forced to do it when you're at 250. That's going to happen. So, I keep up the great work. I love Undefeated. Let's get that Smook and Kyle on the stool. Let's get that segment named. And just Kyle, listen, great. Keep up the great work. Listen, I want to say happy Easter to you and your family,
Thanks,
the entire team, and to the Undefeated. Happy Easter, and we will talk next week, my friend. Roll Tide.
All right, man. Take it easy. Roll Tide to you, man. All right, Chris calling in from New Jersey. If you guys missed it yesterday, it was crazy. So, what we had to do was the audio was going to be a nightmare at the podium, right? So this is a re-upload from the university, like cleaned it up and sent it out. But we had these microphones, and we were like stressing out about the microphones. So how this works is you wait for Coach Kalen DeBoer to come to the podium. Sorry, my allergies are bothering me today. And I was going to put the microphone there. Then I went to like the box. So we're like, you know, because the audio, like if you guys don't have good audio, you have the right to bitch about it. Like we want to post, you know, good audio for you. I promise you. That's like my biggest thing. So I ran one last audio check, and ESPN streams, like the university streams to ESPN, to the app, right? Every single Alabama press conference, right? Because Alabama pays the bills for everybody. I didn't know this. That they were already streaming 15 minutes ahead of time. People do it all the time, like newscasters, whatever. I just went up and I had to test the mic. So I went up to where he was at, and I was like, hey, I was like, test 1 2, test 1 2. And then Smook went and he did it, right? Because we were doing the sound check for you guys. By the way, the sound on that video was horrible. So then the guy who works for Alabama, they hate me. I don't know why. They're so adversarial towards me. It sucks. So the guy runs in, and it was a complete mistake. Like I would never. This is the problem that bothers me, is they thought that I have such a low character that I would go onto the stage and use that platform to like pump up my channel. Dude, I already have 105,000 subscribers. Are you like, I was testing the sound. So this guy busts in the door. Chris English, he's the guy that does the Alabama athletics page. And he's like, that is our podium. Never, ever, ever touch our podium. And the crazy thing was, I would never want to be that stressed out about my job. And B, it's like, I don't know if that's your podium. Like, this is a publicly funded university. I pay my taxes, and like, I don't know, I probably own as much as that podium as you do. So, yeah, I mean, seriously. And a lot of it is about like, it's really uncomfortable when grown men can't control their own emotions, right? So like, I'm calling this dude out, and I think it was unfair. He could have just, you know what? They could have came in and just been like, you know what? 10 minutes before we're on ESPN, so no one go use the podium. Okay. All right. I even said, I was like, I'm really sorry about that. Like, the other thing is they could just fix the audio box, and then all the audio would be fine for everybody. But whatever it is, it's just another thing. And then the SID of Alabama, he don't get back to me for interviews. I always ask him, can I get an interview with Coach Kalen DeBoer on the YouTube channel? Never gets back to me. I'm driving home and he calls me, right? I didn't answer the phone. So, I mean, it's ridiculous. Those guys over there, I don't know what they have against me or what it is, but I'm sick and tired of it. I don't care about it. And honestly, it's ridiculous. So I think Coach Kalen DeBoer seems like a good dude, but until we can like talk to him face to face and like talk to him, you have to go through these type of people. And you know what it's like Super Mario. You like have to beat like these different like dragons or whatever. So I'm over it. Whatever. It's not a big deal. Anyways, let's play some more Coach Kalen DeBoer. He has some good stuff, and then call line is open. I'll be here till 10 till Coach till Ty runs through. No, Brian, I've already bought them like whiskey. I played golf with them. I mean, completely like it's terrible. So I don't know like what it is, but he certainly gives like interviews. That's why I don't even ask anymore. It's stupid. Okay, here's Coach Kalen DeBoer yesterday. More of it.
Questions?
Coach, what are you looking for during these spring scrimmages and keeping a closer eye on that indicate the team and the staff is progressing well?
Yeah, I think it's just the simulation of a game, and so substitutions, this is the best time when you can really, get an idea of how we're going to substitute. And, the officials out there, we have some officials every practice, but the real orchestration of Holt standing over the ball when we get a sub, defense, matching those substitutions, playing the down and distance, knowing the situation we're in. So a lot to teach off of. We ran probably about 85 to 90 plays today. So a lot of good teaching that we can get there. And, that was probably as good a first scrimmage as I could have hoped for.
How did Jalen Milroe look out there today? And could you update us on Jalen Hale as well?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Jalen Milroe has been super consistent. He's done a good job, I think, of just playing ball. And, he's got that dual skill set, being able to run and throw. And, now that we have enough things in where he can utilize all of that, you can see even the play calling working around what he brings to the table. And he's tough to handle. He's just so extremely fast. And, you think you kind of have got him bottled up, and he just runs right around you. So he's done a really good job. I think he's getting more and more comfortable with the offense every day, especially when it comes to the pass game. But there's just things where he has options to make a play with his feet. And he's done that, I think, at the right time, and being more and more comfortable just playing the game, and finding ways to move the chains, converting when he needs to convert, taking the shots when he needs to take the shots. So I'm really proud of the way he's come along. I think as far as just an update on Jalen Hale, he did have a significant knee injury, and he'll be down for the spring. But there's, some evaluation that will still take place to kind of figure out what that timeline will be, as far as the rest of the year and so forth.
Aside from Jalen Milroe on the other quarterbacks, how do you split up reps on a day like today, and how are they progressing consistent with each one?
Yep. For the most part, Jalen Milroe took the ones to get all the quarterbacks the reps that we want to, and we're trying to get them all, a significant number in a scrimmage like this. There are times when other guys can take the reps with the ones as well. So that's no indication on, who's at what spot, 1, 2, 3, or 4. We're just trying to get those guys reps. And it's good to see guys operate not just with their group, maybe that people would see him at the ones or the twos or the threes. And so, he did, a nice job. All those guys, I actually thought quarterbacks in general did a really good job making some throws, staying with plays, checking protections, just feeling really comfortable back there and not trying to do too much. They never turned the ball over once today, which I think is a really good sign. It says a lot. And, when they had chances to make throws, they went and put it in a spot where, the offensive player could compete for it. And threw some nice touchdown passes in there too. So it was really good all around for the quarterbacks.
Yeah, thanks for the heads up. I know when I go on and coach is on at the same time, there's an echo, so that's why I like disappeared into the background. So I appreciate you guys. But Coach was talking about what he saw from the quarterbacks yesterday. I'm not really surprised to hear his comments on Jalen Milroe and how well that he facilitated the offense yesterday and what he was able to see in terms of when Jalen Milroe gets going and he's tough to stop. Like, I'm not surprised by that at all. I mean, I think he's probably the most dangerous quarterback returning in all of college football. And there's some good quarterbacks behind him for sure. Absolutely. I think, that quarterback room is ultra talented. Ty Hayes and I had a video talking about that quarterback room in general. And look, I don't know if a quarterback is going to transfer or not, but I think from top to bottom, this quarterback room is very good and more talented than they were last season. I think a lot has to do with the coaching that these guys currently have for the last, 15 days or, 30 days, whenever they've been working with Nick Sheridan and the new quarterbacks coach, that is Nick Sheridan, who's working with them and who has the headset on and the whole helmet communication. I was also delighted to hear Coach talk about the running backs. I think the running backs are just absolutely phenomenal. Can't wait to see those guys more in action. And who knows, A-Day is more of a glorified scrimmage, and they're not going to show a ton of what this offense can do. And if you're just joining us and you're wondering about Parker Brailsford, it does look like there's smoke, that he could be transferring out of Alabama. That is being reported by Tony Tsoukalis of Tide Illustrated, which is part of the Rivals.com family. So you can go read more on that. But he didn't participate in yesterday's scrimmage. And, earlier this week, when Coach Kalen DeBoer was doing another interview with the radio, it was actually Nick Sheridan who was doing a radio interview. One of the two. They do interviews with everybody. They were talking about Parker Brailsford and Brockemeyer competing, which I love. I love competing. And even Coach Kapilovic, like a week ago was talking about competition with the center position between Brockemeyer and Brailsford. So I am a little bit surprised to hear that Brailsford could be leaving Alabama. Just as I said, 5 minutes ago, I just don't see anything wrong with the competition, and there's no true winners after spring football. I think there are guys who improve after spring football, but the season doesn't start until September. So you have so much to go through and so much to, and really the true position battles where you determine the actual starters, in my opinion, is August, right? When everybody's on board, right? You have guys who are on the roster. We don't even know who's going to be joining the roster. Think about this. We don't know who is going to be joining the roster from April 15th to April 30th, whenever that transfer portal window is open. We don't. There's going to be more guys that join the roster. I promise you. We don't even know. That's why there's no way that you could really dictate a starting 11 or whatever here at Alabama. You just can't, because the transfer portal is going to be that impactful. And the guys coming, that's why I always follow the transfer portal more than recruiting right now, is because transfer portal guys are coming in to start. Nobody's coming in here as a transfer portal to play the year after. No, if you're a transfer guy, you're coming in to compete right now. So we'll continue to track this Parker Brailsford thing. He obviously can't announce that he is transferring until April 15th, but all eyes are going to be on that offensive line to see if he's practicing, what he's going to be doing. So yeah, that's kind of the latest on Parker Brailsford. And if there's anything else that pops off, we'll talk more about Parker Brailsford, and I'll probably upload another video by itself talking about Parker Brailsford and see if Tony Tsoukalas even wants to join us on that particular video. He was I was sitting next to him yesterday in the media room. LaDon, what's up, man? Been a member for 1 month. I appreciate you being here. I was thinking we would lose a quarterback maybe, but not an offensive lineman. Well, this is, I think you're going to lose, a few people within the transfer portal, but I think you're going to get some in as well. I think, Caden Proctor, he still has to announce that he's entering the transfer portal and then comes in. I think that would be, monumental for Alabama. And look, as I said earlier, I think Alabama still goes in the transfer portal for another offensive lineman besides Caden Proctor. I think Alabama probably, I would think that Alabama, all right, just got a message from Ty. He'll be here. That Alabama will probably take someone from the transfer portal in the secondary as well. I mean, because you look to all the other areas for Alabama, I think you're pretty much solidified and you're really strong at all the positions going in. Quarterback, running back, there's enough wide receivers, there's enough tight ends. Offensive line, I feel you probably need to add someone to add competition at that right tackle position. I know Wilcom Formby just posted a photo yesterday of him at that right tackle position. How tall is Brailsford? I think he's 6'2". That's what Alabama's. I have a photo of him from Alabama's roster. Here that is right here. It says he's 6'2", 275. So I don't know if you guys can see that. I'll bring it up a little bit. 6'2", 275. He's a redshirt sophomore. Started every game at Washington last year. I think he only allowed 2 sacks and 612 snaps. So did a really good job. And this is the first guy that Coach Kalen DeBoer brought with him from the transfer portal. That's why it's also surprising that he would be leaving. I mean, he knows the system. He's been here. He was a part of Washington's Joe Moore Award. So a little bit surprised to hear that this morning, especially so early, because Alabama still has several more practices up until April 13th when A-Day is. So who knows? I have no idea. Ebony Carter, the mama Noah Carter inside the chat box saying that her son grew. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Noah is a monster. He has one of the most entertaining highlight films that we've seen. He plays all over the field. When you first got him, I bet you offensive and defensive coaches are fighting for him to get on their offensive and defensive side of the ball. The guy is playing wide receiver, safety. That's crazy. 6'5", 230 pounds. Man, that's a monster. My son, Caden, who, by the way, check this. Hey, you guys follow Caden. Sometimes he pops on here. Jimmy, I think this is a really good point, too. There's still a few weeks he could change his mind. 1,000,000%. That's why, who knows? He's got to talk with the coaches. He's got to, talk with his teammates. Yeah, there's a lot of there's a lot of time. So Noah Carter's 6'5", 230. Okay, I can't even imagine what you're cooking for him, because Caden, My son, who, by the way, just went to apply for a job at Chick-fil-A, literally just now, which I'm very proud of him. He asked me, he was like, hey, he's like, because he wants to start working. And he was like, what do you think if I apply for a job at Chick-fil-A? I was like, I absolutely think you should. I started working at 15, and I love that about him. He came up with that. I didn't talk to him. I didn't tell him he needs to start working. I love the fact that he already is so self-motivated to do that. So he has an interview now at Chick-fil-A. And he was like, how should I dress? And I was like, dress how they dress at Chick-fil-A. And I was like, be really respectful. And Caden, like, he's a shining star. Like, he just has a really good aura about him. But Caden's 200 pounds, and he's 15. He's a big dude, too. Patriot Live doing his thing. Uh-oh. Patriot Live getting things going. All right. We got Ty joining us. Ty, what's up, man? I appreciate you being here.
What's going on? I just had to navigate the city of Denton. They come check the meter. I'm one of the few houses with the water meter actually in the backyard, and so I gotta be a liaison for the city of Denton.
Oh, that's cool, man. How are I know you're not a basketball guy, but surely you heard that Alabama.
I watched.
That was a dent. That was the most entertaining, and I was so tired last night. Man, look, I was just tired, and I was watching the game, and it was just so entertaining throughout the entire time.
Listen, college basketball, though I don't digest near as much college basketball as I do say college football, I gotta say, Kyle, some of the most insane sport memories I have are March Madness. To take everyone back, 2000, it would have been 2014. But it was the 2013-2014 season. Do y'all remember how that year ended? I believe it was UConn, North Carolina, where they went down there, hit the three. There was like 1.8 seconds left on the clock, and then the other team hit the three to win by one. I mean, March Madness is insane. That game yesterday, goodness, Nelson, what a performance, man. I mean, I was hyper impressed by the whole thing. North Carolina had a formula. They had something they liked. They wanted to get down, bang low in the interior. And Alabama really did a good job of pressing the issue, right? They knew if we can outpace you, we can mitigate that interior presence you have. And it was Nate Oats is a heck of a coach, man. I mean, just what a performance. All parties involved. What a game.
I wanted to someone asked me if I got my workout in. I didn't go work out with my guys, which is tough because I love to work out with them. It gives me like so much energy, but I stayed up late and then I woke up. So I always value my sleep more than my workout. So that, like, if I've slept well and I've had enough sleep, then I work out. But if I haven't slept enough, then I sleep. So
now you're speaking my language.
Yeah, right. So I go sleep, then work out. And I think it's because, I'm getting a little older. So I value the sleep, and I have to be able to perform at that level. Okay, so Ty, I want to jump into it. I want to do a kind of open up with a video, a cutout, because, Tony Sukalis, who does a really great job for Rivals, and let me get that going. All right. So Tony Sukalis of Tide Illustrated, part of the Rivals.com network, put out some really good nuggets that everybody should go read on his website. Biggest takeaway from those nuggets is that there is the information on Parker Brailsford. He didn't compete yesterday during the scrimmage. He's healthy, and signs look to that he could be transferring from Alabama. Now, of course, the transfer portal window opens up on April 15th, but usually where there's smoke, there's fire. There's a lot of people talking about this morning. Of course, it isn't official. Does this surprise you? What is your initial takeaway when hearing about Parker Brailsford and potentially leaving Alabama?
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think it is inherently surprising. We've talked before. This was a guy that was the second highest graded center in all of college football last year, was looked at as maybe being the highest graded center this year. Now, what I will say is at the point where he came to Alabama and already was in a competition, that to me was encouraging. Alabama needed the depth at center, and the fact that James Brockermeyer, who has stayed, who has put in the work, who comes from a football family, he knows what this looks like. the fact that he was pushing him, I took that as fantastic news for
Mhm.
all parties involved. Iron sharpens iron. So while I am surprised, I must say, if the other guys are pushing and they're looking really good, that's encouraging to hear, right? Because Parker Brailsford, ladies and gentlemen, he was a guy that a lot of teams out there would have wanted to have on their roster. If Alabama has guys that are pushing him and there's no clear delineation as to who is the guy, that's good news for Alabama. Hopefully he stays because we want that depth. We want that competition. But the fact that you have people pushing him and he's already that good, that's great news for Alabama.
I love the fact about competition, and I'm a little bit surprised to hear that Parker Brailsford could be leaving Alabama. Of course, this isn't official, but this is out there. People are talking about this morning. Ty and I, we talked about this pre-show. The thing about it is, if Brockermeyer is able to win this job at center, and I've never seen a job won in the springtime, honestly, this is about competition, right? The real the real battles, in my opinion, happen in August. Right. And if you're a number 2 guy, get motivated to be the number 1 guy. Right. But if the story about Brockermeyer is he becomes the center at Alabama, and I was talking about this earlier in my segment, what a story, because I remember the recruiting of Tommy Brockermeyer and his little brother, James Brockermeyer. And everybody was just hyping up this 5-star Tommy, that he was a day 1 starter. He was going to be that guy. He never saw the field at Alabama, never even sniffed it. Right. And then he transfers to TCU, and now he is medically, retired from football. Okay, that's it's unfortunate that he can't play football. That happens to everybody. But his brother was kind of, in the back end. Never thought that he was going to play here. He was 3-star. I don't even know if he was a 4-star. Whatever the case was, people just didn't feel. And he was coming off an injury as well in high school. So to see kind of him stay with it, not hit the transfer portal. He comes from a family that is football, right? His pops played in the NFL, Texas legacy. You don't think there's other NIL opportunities wherever he could have just picked up and left? No. To think of him in this story about him staying, have you seen anything from him on social media? Post about anything? I haven't. Which means that he's just grinding. He's just in the lab, right? So if this is the case and he's the starter, and I also think about this, Ty, over the last, 3 seasons that he's been here, he's competed against guys from Alabama. The Pac-12 is a lot different every single day than the SEC. So I'm not surprised that there's competition. I am surprised to be hearing this about Parker Brailsford. I have no idea why he would want to leave. Because he came in with Coach Kalen DeBoer. He was the first guy that came in with Coach Kalen DeBoer. What are your thoughts about Brockermeyer if he is to be the guy? Because you followed it as well. I mean, you're from Texas.
I covered him, so I'm very familiar with this game. And what I can tell you all, ladies and gentlemen, James is an incredibly nice guy. But when that whistle blows, I would hate to be the guy across from him. And this went for his older brother too. These guys, they got a mean streak when they get out there and they start blocking. But James always had a bit of a chip on his shoulder, right? Because Tommy was Tommy. He was the 5-star. And James was very highly regarded in this North Texas area because of proximity. But I'm going to tell you what, he played with that chip on his shoulder. It showed. He would bury people. He's a very talented guy. The only thing, and earlier I was saying it's good. When I'm saying it's good, I'm referencing the competition at Alabama, not the fact that Parker Brailsford, if he does decide to transfer, that's not good. It is good that we have guys pushing. What I will say is this. With Parker Brailsford, I wonder how close he and Huff were. Because Huff is no longer here. He came with DeBoer, but he also came with Huff. It's going to be interesting to see what comes next, but I'm telling you, Brockermeyer, he plays with a mean streak and a chip on his shoulder. He's got something to prove every time the whistle's blown. It's really
that's a really good point. I mean, how much was Huff and Brailsford kind of, that connection? You look to maybe Kapilovics maybe vibing a little bit more with Brockermeyer. I mean, we don't know all the details, but that's a good point out right there. Okay, so let's play a little bit devil's advocate here. Why does Parker Brailsford why does he stay first of all, at Alabama. And, I think it's clear if he leaves, it's probably just because A, he doesn't like it here, or he got beat out in the springtime, which, think about it. Just because guys shine in the spring doesn't mean they're going to start. I talked about this before. Justice Haynes, he scored 3 touchdowns last year, was the A-Day MVP. He barely even played last year. Danny Lewis was a tight end. He started last year during A-Day. He didn't start during the season. But why? What would be reasons that he stays, maybe changes his mind before the transfer portal opens up on April 15th?
100%, Kyle. And I love the point you just made, because if we even go back to last spring and we look at the offensive line in particular, it wasn't Caden Proctor that was getting, there was another freshman offensive lineman that was getting a lot of praise, still working really well in the background, but it just goes to prove spring is spring. It's foundational, but it is not the end all be all. Why you stay? One, if you're locked in a competition right now, that's going to be better for you in the long run.
Yes,
right?
yes,
Competing with James, competing with whoever else it is, that's going to be better in the long run. 2, you have Tim Keenan across from you. You got Tim Smith across from you. When Otis gets healthy, you got him. You got Edric Hill. You got all of these different cats that are Jamarian Latham, Damon Payne. We can go on and on. Iron sharpens iron. And I know I say that a lot, but you have the ability. We know you're a highly graded center. You stay. You get to work with Coach Cap. You get to work with a legendary strength and conditioning program that Alabama has that you know will build you right. And you get to compete. That, to me, is going to be huge. If he stays, he's going to be better for it.
Talking with Ty Hayes about the potential of Parker Brailsford transferring. Now, according to Tony Tsoukalis of Rivals.com, it's Tide Illustrated, put out some nuggets that you should go check on his website. He didn't compete yesterday in the scrimmage. He's healthy. Signs look to that he could be transferring to Alabama. Why is this significant? Well, he came over playing in 612 snaps, only allowed 2 sacks last year, a part of the Washington group that won the Joe Moore Award along with Scott Huff. Scott Huff was going to be here, then stayed with Grubb with the Seattle Seahawks. So we don't know all the details, but it does look like, Brailsford could be moving on from Alabama. Again, this is all fluid, and as updates come in, we'll cover those right here on Bama Football on YouTube. But I appreciate you guys watching this video. Hit the thumbs up and stay tuned for more videos regarding Alabama football as we gear up for A-Day, which is April 13th, right here on Bama Football on YouTube. All right. And Patriot Life already taking care of us.
Those videos while we're live, that's fun. It's kind of cool for us, but also the people to kind of see. This is how it works even when we're not live and we're doing videos, right? Same thing. And
I think like those videos are like going live is way easier than recording a video by yourself. Because like if you like stutter or mess up or say, you're just, people get it. We're all live all the time. So you just, kind of pause and you just kind of go forward. Like when I have to do a video by myself, I can, I have enough experience that I can navigate through it. But there's times where I can't get out the first minute of the video, right? It's just like, damn it.
Well, and I'm right here with you. I got speaking awards behind me from public speaking, right? have gotten national ones, and sometimes I'll be in the first 2 minutes of a video and I'm on take 5 and I'm like, why can I not say a coherent sentence today? It's total, and it's something about being on the spot when you're live as well, where when you get put on the spot, it's almost like you're like, okay, yeah, we're here. You got no choice but to show up and put in work. So I love that mental aspect too, but it was the same way, Kyle, in moot court. I don't know if I've ever told you this. There's all these judges. There's 5 attorneys in there that are serving as Supreme Court judges. I would hate when I'd go in there. You had 9 minutes to make a constitutional argument that something was or was not a violation. I hated it whenever they sat there quiet. I wanted them to start rattling off questions. And it would be where Justice 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 all ask a question simultaneously. You got to remember their names and then say, starting with Chief Justice's question regarding the 14th Amendment and this, that, and the other, and then go from, I loved that because to me, they would try and knock me off my spot. And then when I could hit them with the answers and remain fluid in my argumentation, it was almost like, oh, okay, we gotta watch what we're doing here. That to me, little intricate things like that, man. I loved doing that. I would mess with people in moot court and debate.
Man, 9 minutes. Yeah. And that's, that's a good time to talk. Like, and sometimes like I can open up a show and I'll be talking, you can get to like 20 minutes or whatever. But a great thing is like to have the call-ins as well. And then I like to have the tandems for the people come in, and we got Coach Sean to come in. But I like the different personalities. I think like, your background, and look, I don't know if you're going to become a lawyer down the road or whatever, but I think what that did for you was it gave you and plus like your love for sports, it kind of meshed, so you were getting practice for what you do now through law, which is crazy to think about, right? It's like
yeah, and actually it's crazy when the first time I ever talked, and I will always talk this person up, there are a few people in the industry that I really have a loyalty to where it's like, okay, you can say things about other people, but you can't say something about Kyle. Right, because I got a loyalty to Kyle, and he's done a lot for me, whether he knows it or not. Like, just the belief is huge as you're a small content creator. Kyle, I'm sure you remember the days having someone with an established platform believing in you makes all the difference. But Josh paid as well. I will always talk about Josh's character. I had a phone call with him. He was driving back from Georgia once, and we were on the phone for like an hour and a half. And I was like, oh, I'm still learning. I don't really know what I'm doing. I just take the legal approach. And he's like, no, you can tell because you form your opinions like a legal argument. He's like, you use your analysis skills from that to be able to give football takes. He's like, it actually goes hand in hand far more than you would think. And I've always thought back to that. And so I've always kind of just taken that approach where I want to be very analytical, very unbiased. That way the people can form their opinion.
Yeah, no, absolutely, man. Yeah, you do a really good job, and sounds like you got some good mentors with. And that's the thing, that is like the mentorship for all of it is good, man. So we love your craft here. You do a really great job, and we love having you, whether you're batting leadoff or in this 2-hole, which you're at right now. So, fam, please support Ty Hayes. He also has a YouTube channel, Around the Table Sports, but you can of course catch him right here at Bama Football on YouTube. And we will did we miss the sponsorship commercial? No, we need to rerun some of those, but the sponsors are at the bottom of the screen. So you got Residence in Ocean City, Maryland. Promo code is LPR. You got the Rogue Shop for that legal CBD and more. The promo code is Bama. Make sure you guys, I have to sell, we have to have 8 sales from there. That was the deal. I told the guy, he was like, let's see if we can do 8 sales. I think we're up to that point, but if you haven't checked it out, a couple days left in March. And then Demetrius Maynard is a sponsor like you, literally a viewer who just called and wants to be a sponsor. So we appreciate all our sponsors. And if you're interested to be a sponsor, reach out right here on Bama Football on YouTube. My allergies acting up, so it's probably a perfect time for me to bounce out. But I hope you guys enjoyed my segment in the call-ins, and as news happens right here, we got you covered on Bama Football on YouTube. But you got Ty Hayes from Around the Table Sports. Ty, I'll just go full screen. Is that cool for you? Is that fine?
Yeah, and hey, before you hop out of here, we're doing this live. This is part of the fun. My dog's going crazy. Do you mind if I take 30 seconds, just go grab her, bring her in here real fast, and then let me do that. That way she doesn't bark and disrupt everything.
Yeah, I have I know Ty has a dog. I have 2 dogs. I have 2 French bulldogs. I don't know Smook's got a bunch of kids. I have 2 kids. I don't think Ty has any kids. Man, what's up, man? With the 49 spot. We appreciate you, Jared. Killing it, man. Thank you so much, man. You and Patriot Live doing your thing today, man. We really appreciate you so much. Thank you so much for supporting the product right here on Bama Football on YouTube. We appreciate you. What type of dog is it, Ty?
So, she's an American Staffordshire Terrier, but basically a pit. I
was like, what is that? I was like, that was over my head. They just have a
little bit longer snouts, and they can get a little bit taller, but it's basically a pit. I got her when I was a sophomore in college, and I was living at my apartment. And they did a Valentine's Day special in Dallas, and it was $14 to adopt a dog. And so I went and I was looking at all these dogs, and I walked past her, and she had the saddest look on her face. And I was just like, that one. But I've always, living on the ranch, I knew how I could get out of school if I was driving, because I had to take a dirt road to school. I actually got a funny story about that too, but I had to take a dirt road, and if people would just dump their dogs on this dirt road. They didn't want them anymore, and they would just turn them loose. So I would be driving in my little truck, and then I'd get the dog in the truck, and then I'd turn around and go home, and my mom would be like, "Why aren't you at school?" And I'd be like, "Because I found a dog that I have to nurse back to health." So that was always my get out of school free card. So I had a lot of dogs.
Well, to take care of us as you took care of your dogs, we had Patriot Life. He has some celebrity some victory cigars for the basketball team, and then Jared hooking us up. Patriot Life gifted 5, and then was on top of that with 5. LaDon became a member for now 1 month, and Jared earlier said the post-practice tailgate with Kyle and Smook, because so I carry around in my truck these 2 little bar stools, and then we just set them up and then we go live. So I love that. Yeah. And that's probably what we'll do for like a day. So when you're cruising through, you'll see me and Smook somewhere on campus, and maybe we'll have, the guest stool or something like that, and people can pop on. We'll figure it out. Enjoy Ty's segment. Tom, we'll put you live, man, like the full screen. That's cool. And We'll do your thing, but I appreciate you guys, fam. Please, whether it's super chat, becoming a fan funder, whatever, like please support the product right here on Bama Football. Hit the thumbs up on these videos, and I will catch you as news happens or my next segment right here on Bama Football on YouTube.
Thank you as always, Kyle. Doing a great job. I mean, anytime I get to come on here and wrap it up with Kyle, even for 5 minutes, I got to jump on that opportunity. Much like Patriot Life jumps on any opportunity he can to stay flexing, gifting 5 more Bama Football on YouTube with Kyle Henderson memberships. Patriot Life, you do an unbelievable job. Thank you for all of the support. And that's just wild. What are we up to today, Patriot Life? What is this already? Since I've been on that, I think that's 15 since I've been here. That is 15 since I've been here. Thank you guys. And if you guys get a membership through Patriot Life, be sure to thank him, because he does a fantastic job of supporting the channel, of making sure everybody has their Bama Football on YouTube memberships, and he's got you covered. We got everybody in the undefeated here today, guys. What a day. We have Ebony. Thank you for being in here. Antoine, Kimberly, Marquita, Doctor. We have got Brian. We've got Chris. John, I saw you ask about what my boy Nino, big Texas content creator, thinks about Alabama. And I'm not going to lie to you, man. Whenever I Cinco, my man, happy you're here. Jimmy. John, whenever I talk to Nino behind the scenes, he's really excited about Kalen DeBoer. He and I were talking, and I was like, okay, well, how would you rank SEC coaches? And we kind of both, I said I would put DeBoer at an easy 2. Right. Kirby is Kirby. He's won 2 rings. So like fair. But I'd put DeBoer at 2. And Nino was like, yeah, there's no argument for me. He's like, I'm a Texas fan, so I would say Sark. He's like, but off principle, there is like the argument for DeBoer would supersede because he's got the 2-0. So he's very excited. Right. Like those guys, though, they're a little bit like me. They love their teams. They're going to talk. But at the end of the day, they're college football obsessed. And so it's really interesting getting to talk to them about what's going over there at Texas, because Nino's got some connections now. That guy, I mean, let me tell you what, when he's talking Texas, he's got some wild connections. He's got some crazy stories. I love that guy. Superb human being as well. But even in the background, John, he's very excited about Kalen DeBoer, and he thinks Alabama got themselves a hell of a coach. Hunter says, Ty, what have you seen about Quanell Farrakhan? I know he said it's about that time. He is an unbelievable talent in the Woodlands, just outside of Houston. And that is a really not only talent-rich area, but very competitive. Very, very competitive out there. I just got done talking earlier today about Atascocita. I always struggle with the name. Atascocita, which is a subdivision in Houston. Those guys, they just ran the 4x100 and had a sub 40 second 4x100. It's wild. Dwight says, "Is your female?" Yes, she is. Yes, Maya is as clingy as they get. Right? It's awesome. Anywhere I am, she is right under me. I could do this thing where if I do like a circle, she tries to run through the circle. Yeah, she's the best. Terrible guard dog. Absolutely the worst guard dog you've ever seen. But that's not a bad problem, right? I mean, she's just super friendly. She is, like Smook said, she is spoiled rotten. But she's a good dog. I never really have to. Let me see. You want to be on camera, girl? Come here. Come here. She's a little bit old. She's about 10 years old now. Come here, girl. Let's see what we can't do with you. Oh, you're so heavy. This is Maya. There's Maya. There she is. Okay, you can go back down now and go back to sleep. She's very heavy. She's a big girl. Actually, much bigger than normal for her dog breed. And when I took her to the vet, they actually thought she was mixed because she's huge. She's yoked. And yeah, she's the best. She's the best, Marquita. She does nothing but sleep, lay down, and is absolutely obsessed with my wife. Like, I can't, the wife, if I go to hug my wife for too long, she's trying to come in between. She just sweet as can be. But we got some football we need to talk about. She's cute. I want a dog. I can't imagine not having dogs, but that's because I grew up on a horse ranch and I just would always have dogs. Committed to LSU, they after all the speed. So one of, I don't know if one of the guys from Atascocita is committed there, but I know Caden Durham is committed to LSU. And Caden Durham last year logged like a 10.26 100-meter dash to qualify for state. That cat is fast. Duncanville did too. Yeah. That might be what he's talking about. That might be exactly what he's talking about because that cat is fast. Maya might start at center for Bama, but the only thing I worry about, Chris, is if the opposing defenses figure out that if you scratch her back, she's yours, she's just going to lay down. She's just going to lay there and let them pet her. She just she looks intimidating. This is the least intimidating dog I've ever been around. It's actually kind of funny. She just likes to sleep, chill, sit on your lap. She thinks she's a Chihuahua, which is my doing. So he just enrolled there. Oh, he's an early enrollee. Okay, Hunter. I didn't know if he was an early enrollee or not, but yeah, that cat is wild. Oh, he's talking about Decorian. Decorian Moore is ridiculously fast too. Ridiculously fast. But hey, man, so too is Ryan Williams. Like, can you imagine Ryan Williams, Decorian Moore, if they were ever on the same team? Boy, oh boy, that'd be a ton of speed. That'd be a ton of speed. Did Farrakhan transfer 2-4 has North Shore? I think he did. I know that he was at Woodlands last year, and I think that he is, or maybe I have it the opposite. I could have it the opposite, Shane. That's very possible, but I do know that there's movements of high school, which isn't uncommon in that area, right? It's the same up here in North Texas. That's not uncommon at all, in the least. I don't know if they are, Cinco, but it's one of those things where I think they feel very good about where they're at in the wide receiver department. I think that Ryan Williams is the exact type of wide receiver that this offense is going to utilize with some of the bigger body guys out there. But that being said, Decorian Moore is a very, very gifted prospect. Really excited to go see some of his games his senior year. Very, very gifted. So where do we want to begin this, ladies and gentlemen? We've got some scrimmage talk to get into. We have got some basketball talk to get into. Of course, we've got some recruiting talk to get into. And I think we'll start with the scrimmage. Ryan or Decorian, who would you take? I'd take Ryan. And that's not a shot at Decorian Moore, but Cinco, I genuinely believe, and let's unpack this for a second. I'm going to tell you all, and once again, I'm not the most informed. I'm not some former NFL or college football coach or anything like that, right? I try and be a student of the game, and I own that, right? I'm always trying to learn more. I'm always asking. I'm always trying to figure things out. But I do have a very good friend that's been in the NFL for, 8 years now at wide receiver. And so I do kind of understand, from talking to him, some of the things that make them special. I'm going to tell you all why I think Ryan Williams is truly special. Because we can talk about his physical abilities, his physical gifts, the fact that you can't catch him off the line of scrimmage. I mean, he's got legitimate track speed. He has got, hasn't he logged several sub 10, 500-meter dashes as a sophomore in high school? That's ridiculous, right? Like, this is a guy that could be up there at Duncanville running track, Ryan Williams. Ryan Williams could run track in Texas and absolutely hold his own at the state level. And for those of you that know Texas track, that's wild because it gets busy down here for this track stuff. But Ryan Williams would absolutely hold his own. He is so fast. But it's not even his physical abilities. It's his understanding of how to be successful at every phase of the route. When I'm watching Ryan Williams attack a defensive back, not even utilizing his physical gifts, utilizing football IQ, that's rare. That's rare to see from a guy from high school, let alone a guy that's not even into his senior year of high school yet. You're talking about there was some film Ryan Williams had where the corners, they know that, you got to bail off of Ryan Williams because he's super fast. And they're already in their bail. And Ryan Williams is attacking their outside shoulder, getting them to turn. And the second they turn their head, he burns on the inside. He's attacking these defensive backs through intricacies, right? He's attacking these defensive back through very intricate manners, right? Like, I'm going to get you to turn your head and then I'm going to go on the inside. I'm going to turn you around. That's stuff that you usually start learning, and really implementing in college. But he's got it as a junior in high school. He's got it. Now, let me make sure, because I could be wrong on that 100-meter time. And if I am, that's certainly on me. But I thought he had logged he posted a 10.49 100-meter dash. And when was this? Because if that was as a junior, I mean, he's going to be pushing. If he posted a 10.49 as a sophomore or a junior, he's going to be pushing for 10.4, 10.3 something. That's pretty darn fast now. That's pretty darn fast. Now, it's got to show up in terms of game speed, but that's a really quick 100-meter. I see where he said he's at North Shore now. Okay, so he transferred from Woodlands to North Shore. That makes sense. I don't blame him. Galena Park North Shore is Galena Park North Shore. I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't misleading you guys, Caleb, because you got to remember I cover not only I talk about Alabama recruits, I talk about recruiting in general, and so I can get things mixed up. I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't misplaced in that analysis. But yeah, what was this past year? 2025. So yeah, before a senior in high school, he's already posting sub 10.5 100-meter dashes. That's he can burn. He can burn. He can move. Because you got to remember, Caden Durham is at a 10.37. What is it, Cinco? A 10.3, and he's considered a national track guy, one of them. Hey, you got to watch this. He'll probably end up running track for LSU too. Caden Durham is fast. So I would go Ryan Williams, Cinco, just because I think he's so advanced in his game. And it's not even his physical abilities. It's his understanding of how to attack defensive backs, how to successfully use leverage and all of that. It's a beautiful thing to watch. I think Gatlin Blair is ridiculous. Gatlin Blair is ridiculously athletic, man. Antoine, that's a great point. That was someone who was flying under the radar, and then you got to the actual Under Armour All-American games, and he was lighting it up. Mbakwe beat Williams at all the American game in some race. Yeah, but Mbakwe has got next level speed too. I mean, you're talking about two cats with legitimate track speed, which is great for Alabama, right? You're going to have those two repping against each other every day. That's exactly what we want to see. So looking into the scrimmage, there hasn't been a ton of information come out, but the one thing as we hopped on here this morning, you learned that Parker Brailsford wasn't there. Now, why he wasn't there, we don't know. Now, it remains to be seen. But at the same time, Alabama is in a position where the offensive line has got to get shored up. And if Parker Brailsford is competing, that is a good sign. It's also a good sign when my man Adam comes in here dropping the 20 spot saying, "Hi, Ty, do you think NIL is going to create selfish players with less motivation and desire to play as a team and win a national championship?" I think that it depends on the person, Adam, because I think that some of those people would be inclined, even if it wasn't an NIL, to fall into that mindset of I'm the best already, so I don't have to push. And maybe NIL, maybe you get more, right? So let's say I like operating under 5s and 10s whenever I do percentages because I'm not very good at math, and 5s and 10s are clean for me. So let's say it's 10% of the population out there that was already going to be like, hey, I'm somebody that I think that I can do no wrong. Maybe with NIL, maybe it goes up to 15%. You know what I mean? Like maybe there's a swing where now people are like, oh, well, but I also think that there are certain people out there that they're not going to be moved by this, right? Like you look at a Justice Haynes, someone whose name carries weight. He is grinding. He's not moved by that. And I think that the best players, the guys that you really want, are going to be the guys that aren't moved. But I certainly think that there will be an increase of it, right? And I think that's only natural because it's playing off of something buried in the subconscious. But I think that a lot of the guys, especially a lot of the people that Alabama is going to recruit, they're not just recruiting uncommon athletes, they're recruiting uncommon humans. And you don't always hit, right? You don't always hit. But I think that there are going to be a large percentage of people out there still that use this as motivation as opposed to a detriment. Though, once again, I don't think there's any question that there will be a larger percentage that does adopt this mindset. Adam, thank you very much for the question. I think that's a fascinating talking point. You already know. I love talking NIL. I love theory crafting on anything like that, and so that's going to be awesome. That's going to be something we need to watch. So, whenever we're talking about the center position at Alabama, first and foremost, as long as the ball gets to Jalen Milroe consistently, you're already in a better situation. 2, if Parker Brailsford is being pushed by James, by some of the other guys, that means James and them have really upped in their development. Kyle made a fantastic point earlier, talking about how, hey, this guy's been here. He's been competing. He's been working. He's had his head down. That's what you want to see. I mean, really and truly, that's what this development is all about. And so if you're able to push someone like Parker Brailsford, who was a very highly graded center, and yes, it is true, it's much different playing a full season in the Pac as compared to playing a full season in the SEC. Right? That's very true. But we do know he's talented. He was talented enough to only give up 2 sacks. He was talented enough to hold his own. If James is pushing him, there's 2 ways you can take that. You can take it as it's awful news that, he hasn't came in and instantly started, or you could take it as, hey, the guys in the background at Alabama, they've been working on their craft. They got something to say about this now. They're not going to lay down and just let a job be taken. I think Brailford, I don't know if he was there, Josh. I don't know if he was there. That's the sad part. What was this question? Ty, do you think Bama has cooled on KJ Lacey with Juju possibly closer to the fold? I can see why maybe they would have. I think that Juju's their guy. I think KJ Lacey, I love watching him play. I think he's incredibly exciting. Incredibly exciting to watch play football. I think he's got a ton of ability, but I think Juju is the guy that the staff is really pushing towards. And I think that that's where their energy is right now. There's some other quarterbacks to watch as well, but Juju is one to know. Adam asks, isn't Juju going to SC? He's currently committed there. Bama's working really hard on the flip. He was there not too long ago, and he came back on campus this week for the scrimmage. And personally, you know me, Adam, I like reading tea leaves. Right? I like reading tea leaves. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. It's only a learning moment for me. Being wrong is learning. So the fact that he came back for this first scrimmage shows me that he's really interested in Kalen DeBoer, Alabama, and what this offense can do for him. And that's great, because if I'm looking at the schools recruiting Juju Lewis, there's not much negative I can say about Georgia. Georgia has done a great job, and I know that hurts. But what I can say that's factual is Bama has got a better offensive mind than Georgia does. Right? And that's not a hot take. That's not a hot take. Oh, here we go. Here we go with the camera. That's not, at least it's not as bad as a freeze frame as the other day, right? That one the other day, that was just absolutely tragic. We'll be back here in a second. Not to worry. We got Jance's profile picture. I think it's hilarious that it gives me Jance's profile picture. All right, here we go. That boy, hey, I fought them off. I hit him with the little juke, and they couldn't catch me, Coach. They couldn't catch me. I hit him with the juke, and see, sometimes when you're super athletic, those jukes, they hit different because it's just like, what is he doing? Why is his body flailing like that? That's exactly what just happened. Y'all didn't get to see it. Thank you. And I'm glad for that. But sometimes those super unathletic jukes, that's the ones that get you, right? Because you're looking at all the body parts going every which way, and you're like, how in the world? What is happening? Are you okay? I'm not, but we're back. We're good. So we asking about who is this? I saw Ty Haywood right here in Denton, Texas, right around the street from where I'm at. That Luca style. Hey. Oh no. Oh God. Blaze is out. That's not what we need. Maybe it's Blaze trying to hold me down. Either way, that man's a character. But looking at some of the offensive linemen, I said this the other day. Smook has had the scoop, guys. You guys already know. You guys already know. That guy right there does such a good job connecting with these recruits. It's incredible. I mean, it really is. Alabama's pushing for some offensive linemen. And I think in the background right now, Alabama is doing a lot of work that would really surprise people and make Bama fans happy, especially on this offensive line. Now, Smook and I were talking not too long ago about different offensive line recruits, what he was hearing, what I was hearing, and they were marrying. And basically what the word is that in the background, Coach Cap, this offense is moving the needle and moving it quickly, really quickly for these offensive line prospects. You haven't seen them pull the trigger yet, but let me tell you what, Alabama, for a lot of these top offensive line prospects, has gone from being a school that, of course, they know, of course, they respect the brand, but maybe it wasn't in their top 5. Maybe Bama wasn't in their top 6. Bama's going to start popping in a bunch of these top 5s, top 6, right? Like, that's what's about to happen. They're really moving the needle. Ty Haywood is someone who his teammate was visiting Alabama, Marcos Garcia. And now Ty Haywood wants to get out there, take a visit, see what it's about. That is a guy that if you can get, I mean, he would be a big win. And he's not the only offensive lineman, ladies and gentlemen. David Sanders is a name that, yes, a crystal ball just went in favor of Clemson. And I have no doubt that I believe it was Noy, I believe it is, that inserted. I have no doubt he does great work. I have no doubt about that, right? What I will say is I believe it when Fong puts the crystal ball in. And until Fong crystal balls you, it's open season. And even then, until pen hits paper. It's open season. But they've really moved the needle with David Sanders. Now, if you can get Ty Haywood on campus, I think you could really move the needle with him. Who are you battling for Ty Haywood right now? Well, Oklahoma has been hyper successful at recruiting the Denton area for a while now. Not only Denton Ryan, Denton Geyer, right? I mean, you look at their roster right now, they're going to have 3 guys that are going to be major contributors on this team for Oklahoma, all coming from Denton. You're going to have Billy Bowman at safety. You're going to have Peyton Bowen, who's repping at the cheetah position in that Oklahoma Brent Venables defense, which is an offshoot of Nick Saban's defense, by the way. There's a fascinating article Brent Venables has, or that someone has about Brent Venables, where they were talking to him about his scheme. And Brent Venables was saying how impactful Nick Saban was in him making his defense. And he's like, no, I've studied so much Saban to try and like formulate my defense, so much so that several of their sets are completely analogous. They are completely the same. It's just different terminology. But in terms of what's being asked, it is 1,000% the same. And it's some of their cover 3 sets, right? It's just different terminology. But Oklahoma is currently pushing for Ty Haywood. They've got the crystal ball inserted in their favor for Ty Haywood, and Oklahoma has Bill Bedenbaugh, offensive line coach over there, who may not recruit 5 stars, but man, that guy right there develops, right? Like he just does. He consistently sends guys to the NFL, really solid at developing talent. But Bama, I like Bama's chances at going toe-to-toe with anybody in college football and recruiting. That's just the way it is. It's Bama. So if they can get Ty Haywood in for a visit, and if I'm not mistaken, that visit is on the table. I know that a visit was being planned. Now, what the date is on that, I don't know. But last time I heard, there was talk of a visit being planned. They can move the needle. They've done it with all these other prospects. Ryan Williams came in there, 1 visit, committed with this new staff. And yes, he knew Bama, but he didn't know this new staff. Right? This new staff is unbelievable at forming relationships, and I'm really interested to see how they're able to pay off those dividends on the offensive line. But know this, in the background right now, it's A-Day. That's what it is, Coach. I thought it was April, but I wasn't 100% certain. So we're hearing the exact same thing then. Beautiful. Yeah, I thought it was April 13th, but I wasn't 100% certain. But if you're saying that's what you're hearing, then yeah, that's exactly around the time I'm hearing as well. I'm telling you, Bama is exiting these visits in a far different place than these kids are entering into these visits viewing Alabama. And that's what you want. You want these guys leaving Alabama and asking themselves, yeah, something along that time. 100%, Coach Smook. It's something in that time frame, right? Like 100%, no doubt about it. If these kids go to Alabama with preconceived notions and then leave Alabama thinking, hey, that visit blew away my expectations, it has me completely rethinking my whole process, that's a win. That's a win. That's huge. This staff is capitalizing off of things like that consistently. Ephraim says, what does Alabama need from the portal? Well, that really depends, right? It's kind of hard to say right now what they need from the portal. I think there are several different position groups we could highlight, but it also is one of those things where this coaching staff is going to have a far greater understanding of their needs. And let's remember this right here. Let's talk about some transfer portal stuff right here, because this is a great question, Ephraim. This is a great question, but it leads us into a larger conversation that we have not yet had. JT, I would assume so. Yes, right. But let's lead into the larger conversation we have not had in relation to the transfer portal. Most other coaching staffs out there, this is going to be their second portal window. For Coach Kalen DeBoer and company, not only is it their first portal window, but on top of that, they now have an understanding of what the team needs. So they might have been able to work with a 30-day window for this team here, or a 30-day window for this team here. But they didn't really know what Alabama needed. They hadn't gone through practices yet. They just were able to look at a bunch of names on a piece of paper and say, okay, well, these are the names we have. Now that they've gone through spring, they're going to have an in-depth understanding of the needs of this team. Where do we need to add in? Where are we far exceeding where we thought we were? You can't do that before this spring period. First and foremost, that's why I've always thought that the spring window was very interesting. I know that the first portal window, that's the sexy one, right? That's the one that everybody goes crazy over. But the second portal window, to me, has always been intriguing because that's when coaches have a better understanding as to what they have in the future. And for Coach Kalen DeBoer and company, it's their first understanding of what we have, how we approach it. And remember, this doesn't just relate to recruiting. This is also a conversation that supersedes the transfer portal. I just said it doesn't relate. It doesn't just relate to the transfer portal. I apologize. It supersedes the transfer portal and goes into recruiting is what I meant to say. What I mean when I say that, this staff is going to recruit off of need. Kalen DeBoer, Hitchler, Womack, Shepard, they're not just going to put a bunch of stars up there and say, we just need to get stars. They are going to recruit off of team need. Now, we already talked about how they're exceeding expectations on the recruiting trail. Ladies and gentlemen, they're exceeding expectations on the recruiting trail without having an intimate understanding yet of exactly what the team needs. Every day that goes by, they have a greater understanding. And at the end of spring, they're going to sit there and say, okay, we know where we are now. We have a roundabout expectation of where we are now. What do we need? Where do we need to attack in recruiting? Where did we maybe think we were good? And now we realize, hey, we could use about 2 or 3 more in that position. Or where did we think going into spring, hey, we need a lot of help there? And exiting spring, you're like, I think we got 3 guys that could be answers. That's why this portal window is so intriguing. And that's why recruiting is only going to get more interesting, because they're recruiting really well right now off of building phenomenal relationships and off of being authentic. Right? That right there, I think, is really something to watch as they gain a more clear understanding of the needs of the team. So too will recruiting become clearer. My youngest son said he didn't realize that was Ryan. He was talking to him the whole time, and he realized this is the guy I've been watching his highlights all year. Fan moment. I hear nothing but good things about him. Ryan Williams, from people that I've never gotten to speak to him. Only bad part about living in Texas, right, is I'm a bit removed from that stuff. But everybody that I've known that has spoken to him, the first thing they say is, "What a kid! What a kid! Good head on his shoulders, super super personable, easy to talk to," and that means something. That certainly means something. That's awesome to hear. I'm really glad that you had that interaction, Ebony. That's always great to hear. I love that. And I'm sure that that's something your son will remember as well. That's so cool. That's really, really cool. It's just recruiting is awesome, guys. I love college football, but recruiting might be my favorite aspect of college football. And I'm not going to say the quote again because you've heard it too many times, but that Coach Carter quote, and it's not from Coach Carter, it just became super famous from the movie. That to me, I mean, it really highlights it, right? Ebony, let's take your son, for example, Noah, right? How many kids in that community now believe that they have a future? Like now really believe that they can push towards something incredible because they saw someone they know push towards something incredible. Whether consciously or subconsciously, like the quote says, it gives other people permission to find their light. Whenever someone finds their light, it gives other people permission to find theirs. I can tell you, coming from the town I came from, that whenever my 2 friends made it to college, the attitude of the town changed. People believed that there was something out there to push for. And the next few years, they sent more kids to college than ever before. And that, to me, that's why I love recruiting so much, right? That's why I love recruiting so much. And that's fair, Poetic. That's 100% fair. Like Pate said, entire groups maybe hitting the portal and coaches. That's it's about to get crucial out here. The thing that Pate said that scared me the most wasn't necessarily about the whole room, but it was when he was saying this could break college football as we know it, and it needs to happen. Right? He was talking about how nothing's going to get fixed unless it's broken. Well, he hinted that this could break it. Like this could cause. That's what scares me. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. I'm excited to see what it means, but I have no idea. We're going to figure it out. We'll figure it out together, though. Y'all already know. We'll be over here doing our thing. I hope he enjoys the rest of his senior year. That's always such a... I love it when guys early enroll, but I also think it's great to take that time. You've earned it. Enjoy your senior prom, man. Like, do your thing. Do your thing. You're only a kid once. You're only a kid once. And I can speak to someone who is way too in a hurry, I should say, to get to college. Taking the time is something that I wish I would have done when I was younger. I was way too interested in getting out of high school, right? I was way too interested in getting to college doing all that I kind of didn't live in the moment. And so I really hope that he enjoys the rest of his senior year, Ebony. He certainly earned it. And I can't wait. I can't wait for him to get on campus. My goodness gracious. He chose A-Day over prom? Hey, that's awesome. That's awesome. That's super cool. That is super cool. To each their own, you know what I mean? Like, if that's what he wants to be, that's awesome. But it's still that thought process of like enjoying what you've been able to achieve. I'm really excited for him to get on campus because my God, that kid. Every time I'm in with the people I make content with, Ebony, I'm like, hey, y'all need to check out this highlight tape because I've never seen anything like it. So there are a bunch of OU fans. There's a bunch of Texas fans right now that are really upset that that he's not playing for their schools because they know. Kid is unbelievable, man. Unbelievable. I haven't had the chance to look into that yet, Gary. Adam says I got dumped at my prom. Well, that's not cheery. Hey, it happens to the best of us, right? It happens to the best of us. Said there's no cute girls at his school. He'd rather hang with the guys at Bama. That's funny. Oh man, that's so funny. Well, hey, in one more year, you're gonna be able to come down to A-Day and watch him in the pads out there wreaking havoc. That's gonna be a lot of fun. I hope you guys have a great time, Ebony. I'm really excited for y'all. I'm really, really excited for y'all. Tim says they're on campus. Coach said I went to prom 3 of the 4 years. I skipped my senior prom. I knew a lot of people who did that. I should have skipped mine. Well, listen, you can't get dumped if you didn't show up. You know what I mean, Adam? I'm going to make sure he stays safe, Smook says. Okay. You're out here wilding right now. So what do we need to be on the lookout for next, ladies and gentlemen? First scrimmage is in the books. We've got some recruits that have came. I think Alabama is trending in a positive direction in all categories right now. I think they're trending in a positive direction recruiting. I think they're trending in a positive direction in terms of understanding what we have currently to work with. And that's why it's going to be so interesting to watch this spring portion. We got, here we go. Outside with Coach Smook here. Over or under 90K for A-Day. I'm going to say over. I think there's a lot of excitement. I don't think that there's been this much excitement in quite some time. And it's a different type of excitement. Right? It's a different type of excitement out there. But it's certainly a new excitement. Shawnee, thank you for coming in here, spending your time with us this morning. That means so much to us, truly. We got a lot of people saying over. It's okay, Ebony. I'll make sure. I'll make sure from Texas that things stay tame. You know what I mean? I'll do my best. I'll do my darndest. I will say this though: if Blaze shows up, I don't know what happens then. I got nothing to say. If Blaze shows up to A-Day, I just don't know what will happen. I don't know if people are ready. Ty can help you. Blaze, oh boy. He's everybody's safe. I'm gonna tell you what, Smook. It's gonna be a heck of an A-Day if you and Blaze get together. If Blaze shows up there, you just let Roll Tide Willie and Blaze get together. My Lord. That would be something. Good morning, Ty. Thank you so much for that, Rosetta. But it's the team. It's the team. It's not an individual effort over here. We all play off of each other's energy, and we all play off the energy of the undefeated. This is a team, not just myself, Kyle, Smook, Sean, Jance, T in the background doing unbelievable work, Jake, but it's all of you as well. It's all of you as well. It's a team. Blaze and Roll Tide Willie. I'm telling you what. You best pray that they have got a healthy security detail, because if Blaze gets out there, he's been known to get raucous, like father, like son. Tim says. Y'all remember there's a softball game before A-Day. We need to go to both. True. Show support. Hey, Ty, was going to be the upcoming coaches can Bama. Awesome opportunity for great point, Al Sanders. Always in here dropping heat. Always in here dropping heat, Al. Never fails. Never, ever fails. This is 100% true. We know that in the South, it's relationships. They're king. And that's why whenever I will never forget this. I'll never forget right before DeBoer had his press conference, Jance. We were sitting there. It was Sean, it was Smook, it was Jance, and it was myself. And we were doing a 4-person stream. Kyle was setting up the interview and everything, or getting ready for DeBoer to come out. But Jance was talking about how what I need to see is him just admit that I don't know this area, but I know that I don't know it. And I understand that relationships are king. That's exactly what he said in so many words, right? It wasn't verbatim, but that's exactly what he said. And when Coach Kalen DeBoer said that, Jance and I've said this multiple times, Jance and I have streamed together for years. He and I have been screaming about Washington and Coach Kalen DeBoer for 2 years now, saying, hey, anybody that will listen, look at what he's doing. He is a heck of a coach. But hearing that acknowledgement, that's when I went from a really high level of excitement to being completely sold, to being 1,000% sold that Kalen DeBoer is the guy. That's the guy. Because you can't improve if you don't know what to improve on. You can't get better if you think you're the best. Coming in here as a guy that was just in the national championship and having the humility to say, no, I don't know this landscape. I don't know this landscape. And of course I want to bring my Washington guys with me. I love those guys, but I know what it takes in this landscape. And we're going to do what it takes to be successful in this landscape. That, to me, that's when I knew. I was like, they got him. They got him. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Said some comments. So I heard Brailsford and Brock both played. I don't think Brailsford was out there, unfortunately. We'll see what it is. Hopefully it's nothing. But I want competition. I want competition all the way across. I want competition all the way across. MJ in here. Can't chat, but listening. Hey, that's all that matters, MJ. Thank you for being a part of the community. Thank you for being here. Roll time. Yeah. Softball. Hey. They're doing their best. They're doing their best. I don't know softball. I don't even know, yeah. I'm obsessive about sports, ladies and gentlemen, but baseball and softball, those are the ones that I probably know the least about. All right. I love the history of baseball. I just don't know a whole lot about baseball. It just wasn't for me. I was a football guy. I see you down there, Coach. Oh, look at you. You surprised me. I was just about to say, I see you down there, and then boom, you popped up here.
What's up, Ty? How you doing, man?
I'm doing great, man. I'm just in here. I see you two down there. Yeah, no, don't go hiding now. You know exactly who I'm talking to. I'm doing great, Coach. How can we complain? It's a beautiful Friday. Alabama just got done with the scrimmage. A ton of talented visitors in town. Everything's on the up and up. How are you, Coach?
I'm good, man. Can't complain, man. You know how it is. If you're busy, you know you're breathing. So I'm good. Can't complain at all. What's up with you? How you feeling?
I'm feeling good, Coach. Now, have you gotten to hear about the Parker Brailsford being absent yesterday? And what's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I did. I work with several guys who are Alabama people, Tide Priders. And I asked, could I use, shout out to Chad Greenhall, shout out to William Cole and his son, Chad Jr. Shout out to those guys. Chad actually is the CEO here in Huntsville at Raytheon Missile System Company right here on Redstone Arsenal. Shout out to them. Those guys are a part of those collectives and things, and they always in Tuscaloosa, always sending money. So I think they get access to a lot of things. Everybody the few people that I talked to didn't see Parker Brailsford. I don't, even before I heard that, I was asking people, the few little people that I talked to that I know that actually have access to Tuscaloosa stuff, and they didn't never tell me he wasn't there. I just heard that nobody seen him. Nobody seen which number he was. Nobody seen anything from him. So when I heard that he didn't play, I thought that was sort of ironic. I didn't hear anything about him not being there. I just heard everybody I talked to, nobody saw him. I don't know which one he was. We looked at his number. We didn't see him. That's all I was told. So I don't really know if he was there or not. But I did hear a lot about James Brockermeyer. I did hear a lot about Keanu Court. I did hear a lot about Emmanuel Henderson. And I did hear a lot about the kicker, Connor Talty. So, and Jeremiah Alexander. So I heard a lot about those guys. So yeah, that's really all I heard about as far as Brailsford. I'm not really sure what's going on with that.
Yeah, not sure either. We'll keep our ear to the ground, but I will say this: as much as like it's not, you don't want someone to transfer if they're talented, but what I will say, Coach, it is good news to hear that the guy that was graded as the second highest graded center in college football last year is being pushed by James Brockermeyer. That means James is really coming to his own. That means James is playing a high caliber of football. That's what we love to hear. Coach, I'm going to get out of here. I'm going to let you do your thing on this segment. Guys.
Ty, I appreciate you, bro.
Of course.
I appreciate you, Ty.
Of course. Guys, Coach Sean does an unbelievable job over here. You already know he's got you covered for this next hour. Strap in. Just my honest opinion. Sports has got you now. Till next time, guys. Roll Tide.
Roll Tide, Ty. I appreciate you, bro. Shout out to Ty, man. Dude always do such a great job. Have a lot of respect for Ty, man. Even before all of this internet stuff started, Ty's channel was one of the best around. Definitely was one of the channels I used to tap into, and I wanted to get some clear understanding on what's going on at Bama. Shout out to him, man. It's a pleasure to hear him, as well as the other coaches on this panel. And I really appreciate all those guys, man. They do an absolute outstanding job. Shout out to the Undefeated, man. You guys do a great job of tapping in with your coach. Hit that like button if you guys can on your way in, if possible. Get this thing going. Really excited to get some news about what happened yesterday. Really happy that these guys got an opportunity to go out and actually play some football instead of the regular fundamental practice work. Really enjoyed it. I was happy about that. I was real happy about that. Excited to hear that the team is bonding, coming together. Those are all good things, man. As far as the Parker Braille, I just heard that this morning about him actually leaving the school. I just heard that this morning, and I thought that was real ironic because some of the older guys that used to be my bosses, these guys, two of them are retired. The son is still working there. These guys are very connected down there. Not football guys, never played football, but as far as I hate to say it like that, as far as the donating part, yeah, they all involved with all of that stuff, man. And I was very shocked to hear that the young man, I don't even know if that's true or not. I don't even know if that's true. I hadn't really seen any information about that. If that is true, though, my perspective is a little different. I'm a Bama fan, bro, but I don't see everything as positive in rose petals. I just don't. I'm sorry if that make people unhappy. I just don't see everything as a positive, bro. I don't find a positive out of everything, right? If he's transferring because he can't play or he's got competition, that's a good thing. Like Ty said, that's a great thing. But I worry about depth, things of that nature. I know we got other kids on the roster and all of that, but I ain't seen none of them play center, bro. So I can't tell you all these great things about these kids if I've never seen them play center. I don't know what we got at center. I've never seen James Brockermeyer play center. So I have not a damn clue whether they good or not. You know, I don't know. I seen Parker Brailsford play center at the highest level. And I don't know, man. You know, for me, anytime a kid transfers, it bothers me. You know, I don't care about the reasons. You know, depth is a big thing in the SEC, man, for me, especially at a position that we had problems at last year. So the more able bodies that we can get in there that can do that consistently, I'm happy with. You know, now maybe we got other people who can play it. Cool. I'm all for it, man. But me, I you know, I'm just a depth guy, I guess the best way to see it. You know, the more able people you can have to play a position at a high level, the better for me. You know, I'm one of the ones I don't believe in addition by subtraction unless you got another thing waiting in the wings that's already did it at his level. You know, I don't care about the potential and all of that. Potential just means you got something that you ain't used yet. I want to know, can you do it? I need to see you do it, perform it. Then I'll be satisfied, right? Because I've seen it both ways. I've seen all these great potential athletes at one position, and none of them can play. I've seen it. None of them can play. I've seen us have all these athletes, great potential, and all of them can play. You know, take your pick. So, you know, I guess time will tell, and the spring is very important. The spring is very important. That's all I'll say. Shout out to everybody in the Undefeated. Glad you guys tapped in, man. Hit that like button if you guys can to help the channel out, to help get this video out. Shout out to Michael. What's up, Michael? Roll Tide. Shout out to my broski, Al Sanders. What's up, Al? How you doing? My broski, Coach Smook, is in the house. What's up, Coach? Robert Hill is here. What's up with your brother? EJ the 8 is here. Roll Tide to you, EJ. Rich B is here. What's up, Rich? How you feeling? Hope you're doing good on this beautiful day. ZG9 is here. Roll Tide to you, broski. Antoine Currington, the broski himself, one of the leaders of this chat. What's up with you, Twan? That Undefeated wear look better and better and better on you every time I see it, bro. The drip is nasty. Nasty, bro. Roll Tide to you, broski. Goofball is here. What's up, Goofball? William Chun is here. Roll Tide to you, William. Cinco the God is here. If you need them graphics, that's the man you go to. He got all the skills in the world. You don't need nothing else but that. My broski, Adam Lamparillo, always outspoken, gonna keep it real with you. The truth will always be in the details with Adam. Shout out to you, Adam. Much love to you, bro. Kimberly Harmon is here. What's up, Kimberly? I'm so glad you in here. I look for you. Shout out to Jared. The man himself is in here. Dwight is in here. What's up, Dwight? Roll Tide, bro. Glad you in here, man. Sweet Home Bama 24 is in here. Man, Samuel Edwards is in here. Mike G is in here. Marquita, my neighbor, is in here. And if she's in here, you know we're going to get it cracking. Ebony is in here. That's my people right there. That's my people. She already knows. She already knows what it is. Ebony, roll tide to you, and the young baller himself, which is Noah. Roll tide to him, man. John M is in here. Who else we got here? Rosetta Smith is in here. Nicole Covington is in here. If Nicole is in here, you know we got to get it cracking. That's just what it is. Walt Albright is in here. What's up, Walt? OG Ephraim is in here. Michael is in here. Brian Russell is in here. What's up, Brian? How you doing, broski? Hope everything okay. Jermaine Mims is in the house. What's up, Jay Mims? You know, if Jermaine is here, it's time to get it cracking, man. Robert Hill is in here. Man, listen, Deborah Rothschild is in here, right? What's up, Deborah? How you doing? Alabama A&M represent, though. Shout out to Deborah. Much love to Deborah. You already know how I feel about you. So glad you in here. Shawnee Hudson is in here. What's up, Shawnee? Patriot Life is in here. Another leader of the chat. If Patriot Life is in here, you know we getting it cracking. You already know what it is if Patriot Life is in here. Adam Lamparillo, my broski, with the $20 super chat. Coach, in your opinion, how big is the jump from IMG or modern day to Alabama? And do you think the freshman DBs can start to be effective and be effectively? I think the jump from any high school program to college to Alabama is a big one. I don't care what high school you come from, because Your level of high school, Adam, is only going to be here, even if it's the top of the top of the top of the top of the top in high school. It doesn't matter what high school you come from. Every one of those athletes in high school are not Division I athletes, even if you have a plethora of them. Every player is not an Alabama caliber player. So when you go from any high school to the University of Alabama to any SEC school, it's a big transition. Now it's easier at some positions than others. Skill positions, it's tough. It's tough. You're asked to do a lot of things that you didn't do in high school. The competition, the practices are faster, but positions like offensive, defensive line, it's a hell of a transition. Trust me, it's a hell of a transition. The competition level, the banging, is totally different than high school, any high school. Thank you, Adam, for that $20 super chat. Roll Tide to you, broski. Roll Tide to you. Rich B, what's up with you, bro? How you feeling, man? Brian Oswald, what's up with you, Brian? How you feeling, man? Glad you in here. Roll Tide to you, bro. Dino is in here, man. What's up, Dino? Jimmy Brown is in here. What's up, Jimmy? How you doing, man? Glad you guys are tapping in. Artez Shepard is in here. What's up, Artez? Mr. B205. What's up with you, bro? Glad you in here, man. Roll Tide to you. Please hit that like button if you guys will. I see them numbers. Good stuff, man. Please run that video up. Carla Bailey is in here. Now, if Carla's in here, it ain't the one thing we got to do, and that's get it cracking. Shout out to Carla, man. The truth will always be in the details. Shout out to Carla, man. Quinn Edwards is in here. Quinn, much appreciated, bro. Much appreciated, man. Thank you for that, Quinn. Roll Tide to you, man. And we appreciate that love for sure. OG Ephraim, if OG Ephraim in here, man, we can't slip. All we need is OG J Townsend in here now. We'll be right on time, right? The circle will be complete. You know what I mean? Tim Nolan is in here. Shane B is in here. Man, Megan is in here. So Ruben Poole is in here. Thank you guys for tapping in. I appreciate it. I won't worry you long. Brothers want to come through and tap in with you. King Mario, you already know. David McMillan, you already know. Roll Tide to all the undefeated. Listen, man, it's a lot going on at Alabama. First and foremost, before I go in and say anything else, a big shout out to our basketball team, man. Alabama is one of the few schools that made it to the college football playoffs and got a team in the Elite Eight in basketball, and softball will always do its thing with the girls no matter what. Baseball doing its thing. Gymnastics doing its thing. Bama is just whipping ass everywhere, at every corner, every direction, in every sport. And that's just what it is, man. Shout out to the basketball team for a great, great, great win over an awesome team with an awesome big man. And much love to the b-ball team, man. We got to face Clemson again. Everybody knows. I don't know, Ephraim. That's actually a good. I think Coach Smook coming on afterwards. I think. I'm not sure. I don't think I'm closing it out. I think we got I don't know. That's actually a good. Hey, Ephraim. That's actually a good ass question, bro. Thank you. Let's just see right quick, Ephraim. That's actually a great question. I think Coach Smook coming on. Coach Smook was had an event same as me, but I'm not sure if he's coming. I'll go as long as I can before I have to tap out. And I probably think if Coach Smook don't pop on at 12, then I'll know what it is. I'll try to go for a few minutes until it's time for me to hit this assembly at my daughter's school. This little Easter assembly at 1. And brother gotta go get dapper. Can't go in there and represent my baby looking like a damn chimney sweep, right? So if I don't see Smook pop on about 12:05, then I know, I'll close it on out. Appreciate that, Ephraim. That's actually a good question because Coach Sean Mine had completely lost track of that. But yeah, man, shout out to the basketball team, man. We got Clemson coming in. Us and Clemson, we already know how that go. We see Clemson a lot in football. We used to see Clemson a lot in football. Nothing new when Alabama and Clemson get together. Just the ball is a different shape, right? So those are some asses I'd like to whip. Don't like Clemson in no shape, form, or fashion. Respect them, but would love to open up a cup of brand new fresh belts and time together and whip some ass when it comes to Clemson. Would love to put some B2A on Clemson. That's a whole fact. But either way it go, I'm so proud of the basketball team, man. What those guys did, what they're doing is unparalleled in the history of Alabama basketball. Elite Eight is elite, right? They call it the Elite Eight for a reason. And definitely want to give a big shout out to Coach Nate Oats and all the Hoopers on that team, man, to pull out a win over North Carolina, who's a very, very good team. Clemson has a huge big man that we're going to deal with again, just like Baycott, right? But you know, either way it go, man, our basketball team has far exceeded what I thought was going to happen. Don't have none but love and respect for those guys, and we playing with house money now. We playing with house money. Nobody expected us to be there. I didn't expect us to be there. I'll be honest with you. So to see what Coach Nate Oates is doing in Sears and see the game that Grant Nelson had last night, I was sort of down on Grant, but I understand they was asking him to do something that's just not his game. He's not this center power forward that's going to D up every powerful center. You know, he's more of a 3, if you ask me, that just happened to be tall as hell, right? More of a finesse guy, you know. And last night we asked him to step up, and he did. You got to give him his flowers. Shout out to Grant Nelson for an absolute outstanding game. That's what I want to see from him. If we can continue to get that matchup with him on any 3, I think if Grant's shot is falling and we're rebounding like that and playing defense like that, we'll be a problem for anybody besides that team in Connecticut. You know what I'm saying? Seems like they got 5-7 footers. But yeah, man, shout out to them, man. Much love to our basketball team. Hard hats to them. They deserve all the love, all the credit. And we'll be pulling for you guys tomorrow, you know, to keep this thing going. Roll Tide to you all. As far as the scrimmage, I didn't get a lot of information. I only talked to these guys on the phone for a few minutes. So I didn't get a lot of information. D-Fin, what's up with you, bro? You know, AAMU. I didn't get a lot of information as far as the scrimmage go. I hate asking people. You know, I really do. I even asked Coach Smook a couple things. I hate worrying people that about I'm pretty sure they're asked about that stuff 24 hours a day. I don't like sweating people about that. I'll know when they come out, right? I don't even like bothering Coach Smook about it. Sure, my broski dealing with a gang of stuff, you know what I'm saying? So I hate to be that fan asking, what happened? What happened? You know what I mean? Some of the guys I work with who are involved with those Yay Alabama collectives and those Tide Pride clubs and they go down to Tuscaloosa a lot. I hate asking them too, but you know, I'm really, really cool with the son, and Chad really gave me a lot of information on some players. Those guys get access to these games, and you know, but sometimes they don't really know what they're looking at. So I have to take what they say with a grain of salt. You know what I'm saying? That's why when I was told that Parker Brailsford, they didn't see him, I'm like, did he get hurt or something? So they looked up his number on the roster, and nobody seen the dude. Nobody that I've talked to seen the guy. So I'm like, okay, well, maybe I didn't think anything about it, but maybe the kid tweaked the ankle, or you know, if it's football, maybe he sat out, maybe he's on the exercise bike, something. But then when I started hearing this morning that he was thinking about leaving school, I was like, what? So it went hand in hand with what I was hearing. Like they didn't see him. Like, so I don't know. I have no clue what's going on with that. He might be sick. Facts. He ain't no telling. He might have had the sniffles or something. Who knows, man? He might have had diarrhea or something. I don't know. Who knows? So I won't speculate about that because I have no clue. I just know the people that I spoke with didn't see his football number as far as he's concerned. You know, it's a lot of duplicates out there. I mean, with walk-ons and stuff. I mean, as far as a center is concerned. But I did hear a lot about James Brockermeyer. I did. I'm happy to talk good about James. We all know James hadn't received any pub around here that I know of. So for James Brockermeyer to not transfer with his brother, that I have a great respect for him for that, you know, because he could have left with Tommy. Those guys are Texas through and through. Their dad played there. Their dad is a damn legend in Texas. Blake is a legend there. He's not just a regular dude. He's a somebody in Texas of all places. So for his kids to come to Alabama, I respect that. And for James to stay, I'm pulling for him. I'm pulling for James Brockermeyer. I'm pulling for James to go out and dominate and do what he do best and play. I had a nugget years ago when these kids got to Alabama. I got a nugget from somebody. This guy's no longer on staff, but he told me at a football camp, because back then Tommy Brockermeyer got all the headlines. You know, he was the tackle, he's 5-star, number one, this, that, and the third. So these recruiting services said, you know, I was told that his younger brother was undersized and he had a bad body. That's what I was told. But his younger brother was that dog. I was told that I'm trying to think, how can I say without dissing the kid? I was told that one of them was a mirror kid that tried, you know, my hair okay, you know, my hair. And the other one was a dog. I heard the other one was a dog, like whatever. I don't care, you know, he didn't care how his hair looked, whatever, you know. No disrespect. I'm just saying I always heard that the younger one was the one that'll scrap with you, whatever. You know, no Grey Poupon, you know, he don't drink his tea like that, you know, that kind of thing. So I'm seeing now that nugget was real. James is a monster. He ain't no punk by any stretch of imagination. He's smaller. He's built his body up into a college football body. Not big, not intimidating, but a very strong lower body from what I hear. Very thick in the lower region of his body. And if in the play center, we all know you don't have to be big like that. And I heard James was handling his business. I heard he was handling his business with some behemoths in there. Tim Keenan, Tim Smith. They said, you know, he had his bad plays as well. But for the most part, James was handling his business this early in the season, at the spring. And that's what you want to see, man. I don't know if people understand that. That's what you want to see. The center has to be the quarterback of the offensive line. This guy has to make calls. This guy has to make protections along with the quarterback. But the center has to be that guy. You got to call out the mic, you know. So I heard some great things about James Brockermeyer. I want to give him big respect. That kid stayed here when he could have left. I'm pulling for him. And if he's a dog like that, play him. Give a damn about what freshman All-America. I respect the freshman. This is what I try to tell you guys about these accolades and all that. I don't care nothing about that. I don't care nothing about your stars. I don't care nothing about I don't care nothing about that. Get on the field and let me see what you're cracking with. That's what I want to see. I want to see you in what I said the other day. I want to see you in some adversity hit. I want to see you one-on-one with a dog across from you over and over and over again. I want to see, can you whip that man consistently? Because if you can't, I can't trust you on Saturday, bro. Right? I don't care about your workout videos. I don't care about none of that. I need to see, put on the pads, get on the field, and let me see you go to battle with that man across from you for 60 minutes. Let me see what happens. Let me see you do that day in and day out. Then I'll tell you what I need from you. So I don't know about Parker Brailsford. I know I watched him. I know I seen him play center in a real game, in the highest level game. And I know he dominated his box, right? So I don't know the ins and outs of it, man. But all I can tell you is from what I was told, the Brockermeyer kid, James Brockermeyer, played well, right? Center, well, snaps, whatever you want to call it. The man knew the protections. The man played well. And I'm happy about that in the run game and the pass game. Pass set wise and moving the man off the line of scrimmage to create a hole wide. And I'm happy with that. That's what I want to hear coming out of the scrimmage. Now, one scrimmage is not going to make or break you. It's not going to make or break a player, right? I talked about that the other day. But if it's competition, man, you want to win at the competition. Give a damn if it's thumb wrestling. If somebody keeping score, dominate, right? We used to pitch quarters in high school against the wall. I get mad as hell when I lose, right? If you know about pitching quarters, you know what I'm talking about. So if it's competition and something's on the line, dominate, man. And that's all you can ask for. That's all you can ask for at this point. So shout out to James Brockermeyer. I heard Keanu caught. I heard Keanu Court was causing some mass hysteria. I heard this from two different people, right? One of them don't know a football from a soccer ball. He just know the number. He didn't even know the name. He just knew the number, right? I heard this guy was a dog, was giving any tackle in front of him the business. I heard our tackles had a rough day. That's what I heard. I was told. I heard the tackles played well at spots, but I heard they had a rough day. That's what I was told. I don't think they played bad, but they had a rough day, as to be expected. I don't think that even says anything about how good or bad they are. I think our defense is just, I think those bandits and wolves are definitely about their business in this defense, right? So what do you take from it? They're young, as we all said. No panic. They're just young. They have to go through. I'd rather for them to go through this right now. I don't want them to come have success right off, right? I need you to fail a little bit. Because now's the time I need you to fail. I need you to fail and get whipped and be down and face all the adversity. Because guess what that's going to do? That's going to harden them up. That's going to take this weak fist and it's going to harden them up. You know what I'm saying? It's going to harden them up going into the real season. It's going to let them understand what this really is at a consistent level. So I don't feel bad about that at all. I expected that. If somebody had told me all the tackles whipped the defense, they couldn't get no pressure, I would be more upset because that would tell me our defense sucks, right? I expected these young guys to have their issues, right? It's okay. That is the normal progression of things when you're dealing with offensive tackle, unless you're Jonathan Ogden or somebody, right? Ain't but a few of them coming along every season, right? Every few years. So we are right where we need to be. The defense will always be ahead of the offense in some aspects. So I'm okay with that. I'm okay with the tackles having a rough day. I'm okay with that. That'll give them something to work on. When you fall, you get back up. Right, Brian? No problem. I have faith in these young kids. Whether it's Wilkin Formby, whether it's Miles McVay, whether it's Olaf Salinen, whether it's Caden Proctor, I have faith that they're going to get the job done. And it's a normal progression. Offensive line is not like defensive line, right? Offensive line, you really, really, really have to be in lock and step with one another, man. Or your job, it'll look like you're getting your ass whipped when really it's him getting his ass whipped. He didn't do the right thing he was supposed to do. Offensive line can fool you like that. So it's a chemistry thing with the offensive line, right? I didn't expect the offensive line to step off the boat today, that scrimmage, and be a 0 sack offensive line. All I want to see is consistent progression. You get beat this play, cool. Don't get beat the next one. You get beat on the inside, move on this play, cool. Don't get beat on the next one. That's normal. That is normal in the game of football, especially at that position, especially when you got some young, inexperienced tackles. These guys will be fine. They'll be fine. So shout out to Keanu Court, who I heard caused mass hysteria, period. Shout out to Emmanuel Henderson. I actually had one of my guys show me a picture because see, I just heard Emmanuel Henderson got down. He got down. He got down like no one's business. He got down like no one's business, bro. I'm excited for Emmanuel because Emmanuel comes from this state. Emmanuel was a running back in high school, a tall, lean running back, but an explosive running back at a smaller A. But Emmanuel did his thing, man. I'm excited for him. He was going to already be on the board to play, but he had an injury, right? That set him back a little bit. So to see this kid put on some weight to come out and have a great spring, have a great scrimmage game, whatever you want to call it, I'm excited for Emmanuel. Bro. Give him the ball. I heard get this kid the ball. I heard Bubba Hampton is that route running dude, bro. Right? I heard that previously from Kobe, right? So that's 2 times I've heard the same thing. So I'm really proud that Emmanuel's getting the opportunity to make some plays. I think Emmanuel can help us. I really do, man. I think he can help us in this offense as well. Get that kid the ball. Skylar Cook says, Coach, what you think about the DBs turning their heads to locate the ball on one-on-one? We could get more interceptions. Yeah, I mean, you know what I found out though, Skylar? I'll say this. Every defensive back coach, I ain't gonna say every defensive back coach, but a lot of defensive back coaches teach things a little differently, especially with cornerback. It's sort of the same, right? But everybody puts emphasis on certain techniques on how to play the ball. Everybody has different techniques of putting hands through, shoulder swim, hip pocket. Everybody has certain little nuances they teach, right? In relation to your comment, regardless of who teach what, you damn well better get your head around, or it's a penalty. I don't give a damn who teach it. If the ball is in the air and you're in phase with a wide receiver and the ball is coming, you got to get your head around, or it's a penalty if the guy misses, if the guy doesn't catch the ball. Maybe still be a penalty if he do, right? You got to get your head around and locate the ball. Now, there's different ways they teach you how to do that. There's different signs they tell you to look for when it's time to turn your head and look for the ball. I've been around several defensive back coaches that teach it different. But they all teach the same principle, if that makes any sense. Same principle, different ways of getting there. As far as when to look for the ball, how to look for the ball, which shoulder to look over the ball. The best defensive backs I've ever been around just had that stuff natural, bro. Like, no matter how you taught it, they just had a good feel of when the ball was coming. They Otis Reagan, played for the Ravens and I don't know how many years, played for the 49ers, Otis, man, with my part. Otis, that dude wasn't the biggest corner, but 5'11", 180, but that boy was awesome. You know what I'm saying? Some people just have that knack and ability to just instincts, man. I guess this is the best way I can put it. Kid came in, Brandon, I forgot his last name. He was transferred from Auburn. Got in trouble at Auburn, transferred to A&M. Brandon, I forgot his last name, man. Kid was a dog from Mobile. That boy was a dog, man. He was better than everybody. Got in trouble here, right? But he was good. His instincts was just like, you couldn't even. Fundamentally, he was terrible. But if you tell him to guard this receiver, check this receiver, man, he could do it. He was just that good. He was just one of these guys that didn't have to practice. He was just good, man. And it didn't work out for him for other reasons. Yeah, I mean, everybody teach it differently. And Skylar. But yeah, these kids have to get their head around for the ball. At the end of the day, if the ball is in play, you got to get your head around, or they're probably going to call PI. That's just a straight up fact. Shawnee Hudson, what's up, Shawnee? How you doing? I'm with you. When you write, Coach, definitely facts. They're going to show out the upcoming. Yeah, all facts, Shawnee. When you really look at it, it's going to be a time and place for everything, man. Now is the time to have your wins and losses internally. That's what it's for. That's what this type of ball, spring ball, fall ball, that's what these things are for. They're for you to go out, put the pads on, work out the kinks, do what you got to do to provide some competition at some positions where we have it, and put the best people out there and see what happens, right? So I'm all for it, man. I'm all for it. I'm not down on the scrimmage. I'm not super elated. I'm right where I was, We're right where we need to be, to me, I expect Jalen Milroe to play well. That doesn't shock me at all. I'd be upset if he didn't play well. I would be more pissed if he didn't play well. Jalen Milroe is the clear-cut number one quarterback on this football team, as Smook and I have been telling you for the longest, right? We also, and if you think I'm just telling you stuff, I'd like everybody in the chat that doubts this to go back, look at the dates on Kyle's videos, going back a couple of months, and look. for yourself. We had the Monday night quarterback show then, right? The not the post game after Saturday, the Monday night quarterback show. We said the same things then. We said the same things. The kid was getting better. We all know he had struggles, as every quarterback does in their game. Jalen got better and better. He would have a bad series or a bad couple of plays here and there, you know. But the kid from game 1 to game 12 was just a different kind of quarterback. He knew when to run, when to throw. Now, the Michigan game, I think that layoff hurt the whole team for some reason. And not just Jalen. That layoff sort of threw us into the twilight zone, right? The South Florida twilight zone, the Texas twilight zone, right? But we expected Jalen Milroe to come into this season and do exactly what he's doing now. That's not a shock to any of us, not at all. Look at Jaden Daniels. I challenge any one of you to go back and look at Jaden Daniels when he was at Arizona State and his first season at LSU. And his first season, the season they beat us, right? He didn't beat us throwing the ball. He beat us running the ball. Same as Jalen Milroe. The kid came back into this season and was a killer throwing the ball. He understood the nuances of what he was trying to do. He understood his progressions. He understood how to that clock has got to go off in your head, right? He understood how to slide protection to where the pressure was seeming to be coming from. He understand mid-level from deep routes to intermediates to shallows to behind the line of scrimmage passes. He wheel route type things. He understand all of that, man. And he got better. He was a dominant quarterback with his arm as well as his legs. I think Jalen Milroe will have the same type of situation, especially in this offense. So him playing well is not a shock to me. That's just what it is. I don't know. I don't know, Ty. Maybe Parker was there. Like I said, the guys I talked to didn't say Parker wasn't there. I didn't hear that till this morning. I didn't even hear that. I didn't even hear nothing about Parker wasn't. I just heard nobody saw him. They couldn't spot which number he was. They was looking for him, couldn't spot him. You know, maybe like I said, these aren't football guys I talked to. They're big donators. You know. All facts, Megan. Megan said it best. Y'all were always saying how he could get better. He has more time just to focus on football and his future plans. And the thing about it, Megan, you're 100% correct. Jalen was one of the youngest, if I looked at this up, starters in the SEC. One of the youngest starters in the SEC. And remember, and this is no disrespect to anybody, but the truth is in the details, man. You find truth in details. That's how truth is. That's how truth comes about. Truth is not my opinion. My opinion is just my humble opinion. That's all. Makes it right, wrong, or indifferent. The details provide truth, real truth. Mac Jones' first couple of games he played, Mac didn't play well. I can remember Mac throwing 2 picks at Auburn when Bryce got hurt. Not Bryce, but Jalen got hurt, or whoever it was, Tua, Jalen. When Mac had to come in, I remember Mac throwing 2 interceptions because that same year we played Michigan in a bowl game, and Mac had his best game ever with Jerry Jeudy. Mac, we beat Michigan like they stole something. Mac Jones threw for like 300 yards. I knew then going into the next season when Mac would become the incumbent starter, Mac would have a huge season. And he did. And he did, right? I can remember Mac throwing 2 picks. One of them was a pick 6, if I'm not mistaken. Threw the ball behind Najee. The DB caught it. He go another way. So when you're a young quarterback, guys, you got to have that progression. You got to have those games. You're going to have some ups and downs, and you're going to look back on games and see things that you could have did better. Jalen had a whole season of that. So this year, he'll have all the confidence in the world. Nothing will make him fear. Nothing will make him tremble. Nothing will make him have happy feet. He knows exactly what he can, will, and should do. Right? That's right, Demetrius. When Tua got it. Facts. All facts, Demetrius. So it's just the normal progression of things, guys. It's the normal progression. Now, does he have things he need to improve on? Of course. He knows that. I heard somebody today comparing on another show that I watch said, Yeah, hey, Jared said it best. You know, I mean, it happens when you don't play a lot and you finally get to play a few games. You have games like that. But look, I challenge somebody, Jared, to look up the Michigan game and the bowl game that same season. Look up what he did against Michigan when everybody thought Jerry Jeudy was going to sit out, and Jerry said, "No, I'm playing." Look up what Mac did in that game against Michigan. If I remember, if my recollections are right, Mac threw for over 300 yards in that game and destroyed them. That was a precursor for what you about to see next year, right? So it happens, man. It's nothing out of the ordinary right now. Now, the one thing with Jalen, Janet, what's up, Janet? I was looking for you. Shout out to you, Janet. I'm glad you are in here. I'm trying to get it cracking for you, for sure. Yeah, it's crazy. We don't know if that's true yet. I don't know if it's true yet, Janet. I don't know. But the bad part about that, Janet, is this is just the world we live in now. I'll even go so far as to say this. Don't look now, but you might have a player or two on our roster that might leave when this transfer portal open up again. It might be a player here who didn't get the necessary reps, who didn't play well in the spring, who could possibly be on the phone with another school right now. We may have a player or two that might hop in that portal. That's a whole fact. But on the flip side of that, there's plenty of players that I know for a fact that want to come to Bama. So it's just the world we live in, unfortunately, Auntie Janet, right? It kind of sucks, right? It really does. And again, we don't know if that's true, but you know, if that we're speaking strictly as hypotheticals, if that's the case. So I'm excited, man, for him. I heard somebody today on another show comparing Milroe to I hate when people do this, man. I'm sort of like Coach Saban. I don't like the comparisons, man. It's two totally different situations, bro. They were comparing him to Michael Penix. Bro, listen. I'm a Bama fan, bro, but I'm not delusional. My fandom don't blind me because I didn't go to Alabama. So I grew up an Alabama fan from childhood, but I didn't play my ball at Alabama. So that little room leaves me room to be honest, even if it hurt my feelings, telling it, which most times it do. But Jalen Milroe is not a thrower of the football like Michael Penix. And if somebody tell you that, I'm gonna know the end. Jalen Milroe is not a thrower of the football like Michael Penix, man. Michael Penix can throw back shoulder fades off his back foot immediately. Michael Penix has always been a great thrower of the football. Go look at him in Indiana. Jalen is not a passer like that. Michael Penix is a different kind of passer than Jalen Milroe, but Jalen Milroe is a much better athlete than Michael Penix. I think Jalen Milroe fit what the NFL is going to right now. Michael Penix can run. He ran a 4.4. He can run, but he's frail. He's not going to run. He'd rather throw the ball, right? Jalen is the type, he can throw the ball, but he can kill you in certain pass coverages. He can make your day miserable, right? Because he can't kill you with his arm. He can absolutely kill you. But what I saw last year is every team that had the potential to stop us, every team that was defensively just as talented as Alabama, all played us the same way. Georgia, Michigan, Texas, they all did most of the same things to us when it comes to Jalen Milroe. And Jalen has to see that. Jalen had a problem throwing intermediate routes consistently. Now, he can hit the intermediate route. Don't think he can't. It's just when he got under pressure and the intermediate route was open, we either didn't throw it, we either kept it and didn't have the confidence to throw it, or we threw it to the wrong read, or you know, we need a lot of pre-snap to support him and give us some different looks. And so all that come with time, though. It just come with time. That's all. That's all. Jalen, I can guarantee you this. Jalen Milroe understands how those teams played him. He understands what they did to slow him up, right? If you put a spy on Michael Penix going to have 400-yard passes by the end of the game. I can assure you that spy won't last very long. He's a pure passer. Jalen Milroe is not a pure passer. He's an athlete, and every athlete, from Lamar Jackson to Jalen Milroe to Jalen Hurts, They look to make plays with their legs to save them when the read is not open, right? That's just normal, right? If you have a strength, you're going to use your strength in the time to get you out of trouble. I think when you get yourself in trouble is when you try to make yourself into something else, and I'm not going to use my feet. Nope, I'm going to stay right here, and I'm going to find the ball. I think you get yourself in trouble like that. I think you got to be who you are. I think you got to be who you are, and it take a great coach like KD to take who you are and implement that in my scheme so you can be who you are and still have success in this scheme. Not that stuff we was running with Tommy Reese, man. I'm not even going to do it. I think Jalen going to be fine. I think Jalen going to be just fine. Jalen fits what we're going to do just fine. But I don't agree on the Michael Penix comparison. I don't agree. I don't even think that's. I think they two totally different people. It's like comparing Jared Goff to Lamar Jackson to me. Like I just don't get it at all. Jared Goff is not slow. Go back and look at him in the comment. That cat ain't slow. He's just that's just not his thing. It's not his thing, right? So I totally disagree with that. But oh no, Steve, that's what I was saying, Steven. I didn't even want to put that out there like that. Nobody that I know of is rumored to leaving. People were just panicking because they didn't see Parker Brailsford. Dude could have been hurt or something, right? People were just panicking because of that. And you know how the scuttlebutt is. Never listen to the scuttlebutt unless it's coming from people who are, who are connected with people that know. I have no clue, right? I have no clue whatsoever about that. I just know the people that I talked to didn't see him. That's all they said. I don't know where he was at. I didn't even hear anything about nobody leaving till this morning when I got to watching TV and looking up looking at the news for Alabama football news, and I'm like, leaving? What? So that's when I first heard it. So I don't even know if that's true or not, man. I don't go about that until you hear it from some concrete people. Penix was a run-first guy at IU, had consistent coaching and scheme, and learned how to play quarterback within that system. Miro has a full year against high level of competition as top coach staff. Yeah. I mean, what I was saying to them, Coach Allen, is I don't think Jalen Miro is the passer that Michael Penix is. I seen Michael Penix, man. Just go watch the Washington-Oregon game. That dude, Michael Penix doesn't have a weakness in his pass game. If you are going to allow him to throw the ball, he's going to kill you. That cat, as far as intermediate level, high lows, post corners, on any side of the field, from hash mark to hash mark, this kid, I seen this kid put a ball like this kid don't have no weaknesses passing the football. You can't play Michael Penix the way you can play Jalen Miro in certain coverages because he's gonna kill you, man. He's gonna kill you, right? And that's not dissing our quarterback. Michael Penix is a pure passer now, because of that passing ability, because it's gonna be a first rounder. I think Jalen Miro will be a first rounder. I think this year coming out, Jalen Miro will put all naysayers to bed, right? He has a full year going in, just like Coach said. It's none of that stuff we was doing last year, right? This offense that we run now will force you to make a decision, right? This offense will give Jalen Miro the tools he needs to get the ball out quick, to read his progressions a little faster, and to know where to go with the football. And I think that was most of his problem. It wasn't that he couldn't do it, right? Quarterback is a different kind of position, man. The only way you get better in that position, you just got to go through it. I don't care what you do in practice. You got to line up each game, take your whippings, take your wins, take your L's. That's how you get better as a quarterback. Quarterback is that position where reps is your only friend. Reps is your only friend. That's it. And I think Jalen will show everyone this year that he has made the progressions necessary to be the guy. The guy got 6th in the Heisman Trophy race last year, right? 6th, his first season. You don't think he's gonna have some progression this year? You don't think he's gonna get better this year? Shout out to Jalen Milroe, man. It's his world. We just living in it. Trust me. Also, Jeremiah Alexander. Heard some great things about Jeremiah Alexander. I was even told that once this he said once this kid finds out what he's doing, he's gonna be a problem for everybody. I think Jeremiah is still transitioning from playing that edge, that outside guy, that end guy, to playing inside. The fact that he was a defensive lineman, a la outside linebacker, and can even have the skills to play middle linebacker should tell you all you want to know in football jargon. Not a lot of times do you see guys playing DN, outside linebacker, that have the foot speed or the constant thumping aggression to move on the inside permanently. And when I say it, that's the key word, permanently. So it's kind of like that thing I use with the secondary. A lot of corners can play safety. Most corners can play safety if they had to. A lot of safeties can't play corner. You know what I'm saying? So Jeremiah's gonna have a big season, man. He'll probably come in and spot play this year with Jihad and Deontay still there. But Alexander will be a leader on this football team going into the next season. He'll probably play this year too as well, right? Obviously, he'll have some reps this year. He will be the unquestionable leader coming into next season, being in that middle, playing that Mike or Sting or whichever one he's playing. I think he's gonna have a big season. A lot of scuttlebutt about Jeremiah Alexander, man, and it's good scuttlebutt. A lot of people giving this kid his flowers, right? A lot of people giving this kid his flowers, man. And a lot of people giving Connor Talty his too. A lot of people giving Connor Talty his flowers. So I'm excited about both of these guys. I'm excited that Jeremiah is actually getting some burn now, getting his just due. And I think everything will be fine. I think everything will be just fine. We are right where we need to be. I don't think we're ahead of schedule. I don't think we're behind schedule, right? As long as we're not behind schedule, I think everything will be just fine. As long as we're right there where we need to be, the truth will always be in the details, right? I think we'll be just fine, man. Auntie Janet Forsyth says, I'm confused. Some people saying Brentford wasn't at the scrimmage. Some say he was there. Oh, I don't know. I was just told by two people that they didn't see him. They didn't even say he wasn't there. I just know. And please, let's, if we can, not you, Janet, but just for the world, for the people that watch the channel. I'm not saying the kid wasn't there. I'm just saying the people that I talked to didn't see him. Could have easily been there. And again, these aren't football. No disrespect, Chad. Not saying these aren't football guys. They're great men who help their alma mater proudly through donations. You know, no disrespect to them. These are not coaches or, you know, these are guys who are Alabama through and through. No disrespect to y'all. I love y'all to death, man. But these are not. They'll tell you that. I'm not, you know. So he very well could have been there. Like I said, he could have been there. No disrespect to the young man. I don't know if he was there or not, but for some reason, a lot of people didn't see him. I don't know. Thank you, Jen. I appreciate that for sure. It is. I'm confused as well, right? He may well have been there. I don't know. I have no clue. But it seems that people didn't quite get a chance to put their eyes on him playing a lot, I suppose. I don't know. Antoine. Dino. No, I didn't, Dino. I didn't even ask about that young man. I should have. I really didn't ask about anybody. I just want some quick detail. What y'all said, you know. I don't know, man. I really don't know. I didn't hear anything about any individuals outside the ones that I spoke on. I don't know. I would love to hear some information on him as well. I would love to know how he done as well. All facts, Buck. If you're talking about Jeremiah, yeah, he that kid gonna be a problem, man. He is awesome. Good foot speed, better foot speed than I thought too. Better foot speed than I thought. Shout out to Al Sanders, my brother. Shout out to Al. Glad you up in here, Al, for sure, man. Shout out to Pernell. What's up, bro? I ain't even see you. Roll tide to you, homie. Glad you up in here. What's up with you, Brian? How you doing, Brian Thomas? Good to see you up in here, brother, for sure. I don't know, King Mario. I don't know, man. It very well could have been. You know how fans are. We speculate. Who knows, man? I don't know. I wasn't there. Obviously. Either way it go, I'm happy and ecstatic of where we're at right now. I'm not upset about the young tackles. I'm not upset about anything. I do believe, guys, that we're right where we need to be. I do believe, as far as install wise, as far as progression wise, I do think we're right where we need to be. Buck said it best. Buck said, I think the defense overall will be faster this year. Yeah, I think so. I think there'll be opportunities for our defense to really, really, really make a name for themselves. I don't think we'll be completely challenged until we play Georgia. I think we will face some adversity on the road at Wisconsin. I do. Those guys are going to be highly excited to play Alabama. It's a Big Ten school, so they're prideful. They're not just chopped liver. Now, Wisconsin will beat you. They got a good coach. They got a very good coach that he knows how to coach, man. And we got to go in there and take our P's and Q's serious because Wisconsin is a proud program. They don't have all the 5 stars and things of that nature. But Luke Fickell, he's a good coach, man. He's a very, very good coach. He's been around some great programs. Ohio State. He was the head coach for a little while. He was a linebackers coach for a while. He's a good coach. Cincinnati, when we played him in the playoffs to get them to an undefeated season, he's a good coach, man. In Wisconsin, they're going to pack the house. They're going to pack the house, man. They're probably a record sellout. They're going to be loud. They're a Big Ten school. And they want to prove that they can compete with the big boys. So we'll probably face some adversity on the road. That'll be our first real hostile environment on the road. They'll come in with something to prove. We'll face some adversity. I think we'll win the game, obviously, but we'll probably face some adversity. I don't mind us facing the adversity. I hope we do. That way we can learn how to get over it. We can learn how to get through it. And so we should be fine. You're right. I think the defense will be the catalysts early on, as most teams are. Whenever you have some new coaches, defense always is the side of the ball that travels, if you will. And I'm just looking forward to it, guys. I'm looking forward to it. All facts, Dixon Butts. Yeah, I think we'll be good. It'll be fine. Yeah, he's a hell of a coach. Brian Russell said it best. He's a hell of a coach, man. Dude can coach. Don't get it wrong. That team will be prepared. Trust and believe. Wisconsin will be prepared. I forewarn every fan. Don't overlook Wisconsin, man, on the road. Even if Saban was here, whatever, I would say the same thing. Do not overlook that team on the road in Madison, Wisconsin. That's a tough place to play. That crowd is they have their own tradition of what they do. They jump around stuff. They get excited about it. The team get excited about it. Wisconsin is a lot of things. They're not the most athletic team, right? But one can never say they're not physical, right? You go in there playing, Wisconsin's a physical, they're a very, very physical team, The game that if I had to pick one that worries me outside of the normal SEC schedule, it's the game at Oklahoma. I've been to Oklahoma before. That place is just as daunting as anywhere that I've been outside of LSU. I think the game against Oklahoma will be a tough one. The quarterback these guys have is, this guy ain't no punk. I do believe that that crowd will be another super hostile environment that we go to play Alabama. They'll have a point to prove. They'll be new within the SEC. Who better? Texas beat them. What better example can we run? Can we set if whereby to beat Alabama? That will send a message to everybody, right? What's up, Coach Smook?
What up, Brody? What's up, undefeated?
You made it. You good?
Bruh, I just had to run to the bathroom. Lord have mercy.
No. I mean, are you good to tap in?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying, like, I was already sitting here waiting, and I was like, I had this coffee. That's what happened. And then I came back. But yeah.
Let me ask you a question while I got you on.
Mm-hmm.
Or away games. If you had to pick one that concerned you, which one would it be?
Tennessee.
Really? Tennessee? Yeah.
Yeah. Tennessee. That's the first big one. I think by that time they'll be kind of finding an identity with their quarterback situation. The defense, I think, is going to still be decent this year, like decent enough to keep them in a lot of games, win them a lot of games. I actually, as sick as you hate to hear it, man, I think Tennessee might be number 3 or 4 in the SEC. Like, them and Ole Miss are going to be the ones that kind of like fight for 1 and 2 out of, we don't have divisions no more. So like, if you was looking at it from the division, if it was still East and West, I think Ole Miss would be like the second team in the West behind us, and then Tennessee would be number 2 behind Georgia. But they would actually, like, those 4 teams right there are the ones that I'm looking to kind of lead the SEC this year.
I got a list with them on it with that same thing you just said too.
Mm-hmm.
I got a list of makes. If you guys right now in the chat, that's what I was going to go to next. But if I'll do it real quick. If you guys in the chat, and Coach Smook, you got 2 lists. One is make, one is don't make. I'm gonna give you a team and you tell me if they're gonna make the playoff or not make the playoff. I got a list that I just copied down that this dude done, and they got Tennessee making the 12-team playoff. Damn, I hate that, bro.
I know I hate it. I hate it too, bro. But
that mean they're gonna be good. That mean they're gonna be good.
I can see that. I could see Tennessee coming away with only 3 losses this year. 2 losses, man, like 2 or 3 losses, like for real.
I think we all agree on Georgia. We all agree on Ohio State.
Mm-hmm.
Most of us probably agree on Texas. Maybe they got a lot of talent back. Maybe they should be in the top 12. Goodness.
At least.
Yeah, at least. Facts. I don't know about Oregon. I'm not sold on Oregon. Maybe. I ain't sold on them.
Me neither.
Right?
Me neither.
What about Notre Dame? Top 12.
I gotta look at their schedule, but they always sneak in some type of way. They always stay relevant. They always do. They always sneak around 8 or 9 wins out of nowhere. So I don't know.
All right. These next 2's for the chat too. Penn State and Oklahoma. Make the playoff, not make the playoff.
Penn State, no. Oklahoma, I want to see their first 4 games. I want to see how they do the first 4 games, and then I'll be more confident. But I think Oklahoma defense is going to show up a little bit better than people think this year.
And it was young last year.
Yeah. And Brett Venables is a freaking defensive mind. He could take the worst. You see that they had massive improvement in spots during the season where you just saw they just were too young in spots. But I'm telling you, man, Oklahoma, like you said, that late season game, I think the only reason we handle it is because of how late in the season it is. But if we had to see Oklahoma week 2, week 3, like we had to see Texas last year, they might give us a problem.
So, Buck, you saying negative to Penn State or Oklahoma or both?
I'm saying negative to Penn State. I don't know what
Buck negative Penn State too. Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you on that. They always get him too much love, man.
Way too much. And but you know why they do that? They do that so it could hype up the Ohio State and Michigan
later on.
That's the only thing they got to rely. But now with the realignment, Ohio State and Michigan have to show up a few more times this year. Maybe one more time than what they usually do, but they got to show up.
All right, Ole Miss top 12.
I don't know with Lane, man. Lane, he looked like a awesome coach halfway through the season. Then week 7 through 9, he just crapped the bed, man. So we'll see. They bringing back a lot of experience too, and they hit the portal. They hit the portal real nice too.
All right, Coach Smook, last 2. We know Tennessee. We know Michigan. Well, I ain't say Michigan yet, but Florida State and Clemson.
I don't have no faith in Florida State, even though I think they're going to have a lot of talent on that roster. it's a lot of internal
I
stuff.
think Clemson make it, man, in the top 12.
Clemson. If Clemson play Georgia close week 1,
Yeah.
I like that. But their schedule also favors them to
Yeah,
get
it
to
does.
the
They
schedule.
schedule
Same thing with
Fact.
Florida State. Florida State too. So
yeah, they schedule terrible outside of Georgia. Tennessee and Michigan, last two. Tennessee and Michigan.
I already said Tennessee. I think Tennessee gonna be decent this year, man. I think Tennessee is for the next 2 years will continue to climb. If they don't make a big impact, not this year, but 25. If they don't make a big impact 25, then they'll be back into like what we know Tennessee to be for that long span. But I think Tennessee can sneak in. And you said who else? Michigan?
Michigan.
Michigan.
Top 12.
I think Michigan will get in. I'm looking at their schedule. Michigan probably only got 1 loss, 2 losses on their schedule.
And you know what's so crazy? My bad. We had never looked at the Big Ten schedules.
We haven't.
I don't even know if Oregon play Ohio State or.
I can pull it up real quick. Hold on. Let me pull it up real quick because that's what I'm saying. Like Michigan and Ohio State, they get like a little. They get a semi-easy schedule, not weak. It ain't cupcake.
Yeah, but it definitely ain't like ours for sure.
Yeah, hold on. 2024. All right, so yeah. See, Michigan has Texas week 2. Nah, Michigan got a solid schedule, bro.
Do they?
So week 1 they got Fresno. That should be a funny game.
Yeah.
Texas week 2. Arkansas State with that offense can scare Michigan. And I'm not saying they're gonna beat them, but it can scare them. But then USC is their week 4. And USC gonna put up points.
Yeah.
Then they got Minnesota. Then Washington comes. I think they go to Washington. Oregon. They play Oregon this year.
They do play Oregon. Okay.
They play Oregon in November.
Now we getting into the nitty gritty. Yeah.
So they got Oregon to start their gauntlet in November, and they end this. They end November with Ohio State.
Okay, so they got a nice little schedule on them then.
Let me pull up Ohio State's before you go. I know you got to go. I just want to see what they talking about over there. Because Ohio State, I think they got.
And they better at least play. Come on, man, they better at least play. I bet they play UCLA, somebody like that.
Nah, let me show you. This is why I don't respect Ohio State. This is why I give Ebony a lot of trash. Ohio State has Akron, Western Michigan, Marshall to open the first, and then Michigan State to open their season, right?
I hope you're still in here, Ebony. I hope you still in here and listening to this nonsense.
And then y'all get Iowa, and then your first test isn't until week 6 when you play Oregon, and we both agree that Oregon ain't gonna be there, right? Then she said, "Time for to go." You might want to go listen to this mess because anybody that's talking like Ohio State gonna be something this year, you should. If you lose any more than 2 games in the first 6 weeks, Ohio State is done. Nebraska. Then you got Penn State, who I don't think is going to be anything. Purdue, Northwestern, Indiana, and Michigan. Like the only team you see.
Serious?
Yes,
Ebony,
bro.
I want to know what Ebony got to say. While we talk to Ebony, Coach, can you say them first 4 games again? Ebony, I want your input, Ebony. Come on, type, Ebony, type. Come on.
We got Akron, Western Michigan, Marshall, and Michigan State.
Ebony, you hear that? Come on, Ebony. I want to hear from you. I'm waiting on that comment to pop up, bro.
Me too. And shout out to Jared for the $4.99 super chat. He said, Bama has a path to be number 1 in the country by week 6. It would be a hard thing to do, but the path is there. Appreciate that, Jared. The way the schedule is set up, we really do. We only got 1 really warm-up game. And I can't even say that because, man, go look at USF and how they've been recruited in the portal. Like, they put some dudes up like,
yeah.
You see how they played us last year? They were a talented team. They competed in their conference. So
if I was a Michigan fan, I'd be mad as hell. Like, really?
Bro, what?
Y'all kidding? Like,
and Michigan gonna be hurting from the portal. I'm telling you, spring portal gonna hit Michigan hard. That dude, man. I'm telling you, man.
Somebody love Ohio State somewhere. Somebody love them dudes, man.
They set them up for failure, though, man. The same way, yes, man, because you don't have no real test until Oregon, and Oregon might not even. You know what? I hope now that I seeded this Ohio State schedule, I hope the bet that I made with Ananiah, whatever the bet was I made with him, I hope I lose that bet because then that means they will show up and give Ohio State a beat down. because they should have a solid offense. Dan Lanning and that defense gonna be reeling a little bit at the beginning of the season.
Yeah, they're gonna be a problem, man. Big Bama brand. Let me give a big shout out to Big Bama brand, man. We appreciate that post you put up, bro. Giving us love, man. Shout out to you, broski. That was love, man. Shout out to you. Love when you in the chat, man. Doing your thing, bro. We appreciate you more than you know, cuz for sure.
Dang, that's a crazy week schedule. Dang, Ohio State. I just lost so much respect for them in that moment. Like I really just looked at that schedule.
Yeah, that's stupid week right there, man. I didn't even know it was that bad. I didn't know it was
That's
that bad.
Akron, Western Michigan, Marshall. That's how you want to start your season off and claim you competitors. You're national championship competitors.
They're gonna beat them by 60 and they're gonna have them ranked number 1. Watch.
74. They're gonna put up 74 week 1. They're gonna put up 55 week 2. Marshall will probably be their slow game. They wake up early and have to play their game early, so they only gonna put up 50. Then they're gonna have to turn around. Michigan State, we all know what Michigan State is looking like. Nothing.
Yeah,
they probably gonna put up 50 on them. And then after Michigan State, you got Iowa.
Yeah, Iowa. They in shambles, man.
They got Ephraim. They got Dylan Gabriel though, the kid from Oklahoma. He's the type of quarterback. He could be Bo Nix 2.0 over at Oregon. I tell you that right now. He gonna have fun in that offense.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Yes, they
Ebony.
do. Yes, they do.
Stop the cap, sis.
Yes, they do.
Stop the cap.
Yes, Jeremy Birmingham and Bobby Carpenter and all them boys, they talk about Bama every episode, bro.
Stop the cap.
Yes. All fair. I personally think it'd be Ohio State people here. One of them, Pee Wee, told me the truth. He be in here rubbernecking.
Yeah,
he got his own channel. He be in here rubbernecking, man. He cool, He cool, man. Shout out to Pee Wee. Got his own channel. Shout out to him. Yeah, man. But listen, Coach Smook, I'm gonna get up out of here, bro. Finna go to this Easter assembly right quick at the school, and I think I'm back in tonight at 6, I believe. Let me make sure.
I think we just gonna do the round table thing, bro.
That's cool. I hope we do. I hope everybody come though, man.
This Friday, because last week we had to cover post practice, so that kind of threw everything off. And then I forget what else happened. I think I was trying to get my phone or something the night we had Hogs on the offensive lineman. Langston. But yeah, I'm telling you, tonight, I think we got some good vibes tonight. And then is there when is the next game? Tomorrow. Bama play again tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
Yes. So Saturday it'll be tight. If I think Kyle's talking about getting everybody on and we just do like a live watch party with the game.
I hadn't been on with Kyle in a minute, man. I hadn't even talked to Kyle in forever, man. It's like,
man,
come on, man. I'll let your boy Kyle, man. What's up, bro?
That last few months of the year got money flowing in, and they got to handle taxes and stuff. Like I called T. She was like taxes. I was like, dang.
Uncle Sam, I understand.
They want you, dog.
Yeah, I get it, bro. Coach Smook, shout out to you, bro. I know you finna kill it as usual, and I'll have you on the call on the Bluetooth, man. Finna go to the Easter assembly, and shout out to the undefeated. And I'll see you guys tonight. Yeah, man. I'm gonna go do that, and I'm gonna get dapper and shoot up here right quick. And see you tonight, man. See you tonight.
All right, bro.
All right, roll tide.
Roll tide, bro. Shout out to my brother Sean, man. Much love to the chat, to the undefeated. I don't know if y'all saw my tweet, but I think I want to show this because I'm proud of this little graphic your boy made. I felt good. This coffee got me going. I'm about to be a coffee drinker. I'm gonna go ahead and commit to drinking coffee. Because I feel good. I done had 2 cups of coffee. 2 cups. I got to show this graphic, though. I got to give y'all. Because y'all inspired me to do this. So I got to show y'all this. Hold on. Here we go. Boom, shakalaka. Screenshot alert. Is my mouse dead? Oh, stop playing with me. Do another one. My screenshots don't automatically save. I'm gonna put this up and then we're gonna get it to our roll call, y'all. Y'all know how we do. It's Friday. We're gonna turn up a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Let me show y'all something. Here we go. Tell me if y'all like this jump, man. Tell the truth. Tell me what you know about that. Tell me what you know. Hey, shout out to my boy Hunter Ray for the 199 super chat too. Quanell Farrakhan committing this weekend. I don't know if it's this weekend, man. I think he was going to make an announcement. I actually was talking to him the other day, and he was kind of busy. But Yeah, I'm feeling. Cause I said, man, let's get up, let's get you on the show. He was like, yes, sir, let's do that. I'm down, I'm excited. And then he replied with I sent the muscle emoji with the eyeballs, right? I sent the muscle emoji with the eyeballs, and muscle emoji with the elephant, and he sent the eyeballs. Like, so I don't know, man. I don't know. It's feeling good though. It's feeling good, baby. Feeling good. Let's go, man. Let's get into it. Hey, run the chat up, man. Run the emotes up. Starting now. Let's get this roll call popped off. Let me turn the music up. It's Freestyle Friday. We trying to turn up with the gang. Turn up with the gang. Turn up with the gang. About to do our thing. Y'all, I'm feeling good, man. Shout out to my boy Jared with another super chat $4.99 call. The all hands on deck segment. Elephants in the room. Oh, Lord have mercy. That's a fire day. Shout out to you for your $5 super chat, $4.99. Auntie Janet in the chat, let's go. Moon Rocker in the chat, let's go. Sup, Coach Hurricane? Why y'all call me Coach Hurricane? I'm calm, man. I be chill. I'm just playing. Y'all know I be turned. King Family React in the chat, let's go. Brian Russell in the chat, let's go. Ebony said coffee is life. Factuals. And that Circle K coffee be hitting. Shout out to Circle K around the street. I know 2 of y'all watching me. Y'all say y'all was gonna be on this live. If you ain't here, go ahead and comment so I can give you some love. I be everywhere, y'all. Coffee, water, and juice right now. And a little bit of the other stuff every now and then, but only on the weekends, right? Only on the weekends. Yes, everybody in the chat, run up the emotes, y'all. Run up the emotes. Let me see where y'all at. Goofball in the chat. My brother Bluff 4 Gaming is in the chat. This is a Texas fan, and he coming and showing his brother some love. Shout out to you, Bluff. My brother, love you, man. That's my brother. Hey, a lot of them stories I be telling y'all about when I was in the Army, he was there. He was there. He was actually the one kind of like egging me on and saved me at the same time. Quasha in the chat. David in the chat, man. Wade's World is back. I seen your text, bro. I tried to text you back. You know, I be ripping and running. Steven Angle, our resident OG. You know what I'm saying? Young OG in the chat. What's up, Steven? Glad to see you back stronger. What's up, man? Yeah, man. Let's go. Bino. What's good, my boy? Brian Russell in the chat. Let's go. Oh man, let's go. Hey, Big Bama brand in the chat. Let's go. Kimberly Harmon out here. Yes. We hyped today, y'all. I ain't even gonna lie. My new saying is the OH top. No, you can't do that, Ebony. We don't want to be associated with no buck nuts. Come on now. Come on, man. Rich B, tell her. We gonna, man, when Ebony come to A-Day, we gotta give her the full Alabama treatment, dog. We gotta get her some Alabama red Kool-Aid. We gotta get her to the barbecue joint. We gotta get her to the you know what? I might take her to the racetrack. Y'all think I should take her to the drag strip? For all my folks from East Alabama, y'all think I need to take her to the drag strip? She gonna leave Alabama. She gonna, howdy, y'all. You know what I'm saying? Well, we don't say howdy, but she gonna be country in the mud when she leave. Y'all know what I mean. Hey, Coach Al, what's good, family? Carla Bailey, my sister. Hunter Ray in the chat. Let's go. Brian Russell. Let's go. 168. Hey, 176 watching. 188 likes. Y'all, I'm so hyped. Shane, what's good, my boy? James Cloud in the chat. Caleb in the chat. Jason in the chat. Let's go. Hey, Antoine, we gonna buy her own elephant costume, but hers got to be kind of sassy. You know what I'm saying? Ebony she real diva, y'all. Y'all gotta follow Ebony on Snapchat. She is funny, man. I love that, man. I love it. Walt, my boy, Walt, how you feeling today? Listen, no ashy. We not ashy today. No ashy hands, y'all. Give me some love, man. Give me some love, man. That Bama sweet tea, auntie. We're going to get her some of that Milo's. We're not even going to go to the spot. We're going to go get it from the stove just to show her how real it is. Get some of that Milo's or Red Diamond. You know, pick your poison. We got different sides in Alabama. You got Milo's, Alabama. Then you got Red Diamond, Auburn. You get what I'm saying? Let's go, man. I'm turned. Poetic Injustice. I am turned. Shawnee, right? My dad from Ozark, Alabama, but I'm in Texas. I'm going to fly to Alabama. Oh, you better come on, girl. You better come on. You showing up to A-Day? My sister drank beer. Yes. Listen, do you drink Busch Light? Do you drink Michelob? Oh man, Caleb, I watched the game at Baumhauer's, man. And if y'all watched it live, y'all saw that. Let me turn the music down a little bit before we go into commercial. Listen, if y'all watched my live last night on my channel, Outside with Coach Smook, I'm telling y'all, man. I know y'all be picking, but that's my vibe everywhere I go. My brother Bluff 4 Gaming is in here. Back in 2000 and we met in 2012. He got stationed at Fort Benning. He left Hood when I was getting there. And when he got to Benning, he was there for about a year and a half before I got there. And when I got to Benning, we crossed paths again because we was in the same unit. But every time we went out with our car club, y'all, listen, they would always get on to me about having my phone out and recording stuff. And but every morning we would wake up from a crazy night. Guess who phone they trying to get to so they could figure out what happened last night? This dude. So the content creation thing always been like something that I was doing and didn't know. So now it's just different. But that vibe, I'm telling you, man. Dino, I'm not gonna answer Dino, you want some toys? Do you want some toys, Dino? Do I need to start my segment off roasting you? I don't want to do it. It's Friday. We got chat talk today. We're gonna be talking about all the rumors. I know y'all heard about Parker Brailsford, that rumor. I know y'all been hearing about the Ty Simpson QB rumors, the Jalen Milroe stuff. Man, listen. Last night was so fun. I met some more people. I met a North Carolina fan that was watching the game. We had a good vibe, man, talking trash back and forth. And I was telling him before the game even tipped off, I was like, man, this is the game where I feel like Alabama might figure it out because we match up perfectly with North Carolina across the board. They got a primary score. We got a primary score. They struggling at the big man position. We were struggling. We don't have a true big man. So yeah, it's one of them things, man. I had a good time. Pull you into this live? I can't, Bluff. This ain't my channel, my brother. This ain't my channel. And plus, I don't think I want you telling on me right now. I got to start giving you some non-disclosure stuff because you be trying to tell it all. See, I know how to give like just enough. Bluff gonna tell it all, especially when it's about me. He love to put me on blast, y'all. So yeah, fam. I appreciate y'all. But check this out. Let's run to the commercial. We're gonna get back from the commercial and then we're gonna jump into everything, man. We're gonna jump into everything. We don't have no topics. You guys are bringing the topics today. You guys are bringing the energy. I'm just gonna match it, and then that's what we're gonna do today. I'm talking about I want debates, I want arguments, I want happy times, I mean, let's try to keep it Bama football, Bama sports, but just know I'm coming with the energy today. We come with the energy. So let's jump into this segment right after this commercial. Kyle, take it away.
Special thanks to our sponsor, Residence in Ocean City, Maryland. Guests can book at residenceinOC.com. Use the promo code LPR for special Bama football pricing up to 20% off. Also, go to therogueshop.com. Use the promo code Bama. You get legal CBD. For me, personally, I like the topical oil. You know how intense my workouts are, right? So I like the topical oil. I like to rub that on my back, whatever, after those cinder blocks. So go to their website, cruise down, look through their website, and definitely check out rogueshop.com. And like I said, I like the topical. Again, the promo code is Bama. Also, think about becoming a fan funder right here on Bama Football on YouTube. Become a part of the Undefeated as low as $2.99 a month. That's 10 cents a day. How do you do this? Make sure you're logged into your account. This is on a computer. You can also do this on your phone and look for the tab that says membership. Once you click membership, you can see different options. You can see an upgrade button right there to the right if you want to go through the different levels. We have fan funder videos from the staff right here at Bama Football on YouTube. Very easy to navigate. Let us know if you have questions inside the comment box when trying to upgrade or renew your fan funder membership right here on Bama Football on YouTube. And of course, if you want to rock that undefeated gear, check out our merch store located at the bottom of the videos. We appreciate Patriot Life, Cynthia, Antoine, Caitlin, and to everybody else that supports us right here on Bama Football on YouTube.
Man, I got this heat. About to rap on the beat. Yeah, Bama, we in the seat. Ooh, time to eat. And we ain't gonna cheat. That's a Michigan heat. Y'all can't see. That boy is Coach Smook. And y'all know me. Ooh, let's go, man. Let's go. Let's get into it, y'all. I'm hyped, y'all. I got so much good news for y'all. Like personal life stuff. I might be able to move into my spot Monday morning. They finalizing everything. Financially, things are turning around. You know what I'm saying? Like everything getting set up. My daughter had some good news today, man. All A's again. Both my daughters, all A's again. My son, he's excelling. He's reading on the 4th grade level in his first grade. Okay, my fault. But yeah, so my son, he just I'm just a proud father right now. It's a lot going on. My family doing things. It's a lot going on for you, boy. So God is really blessing. I'm excited. And then yesterday, y'all saw all the stuff that happened yesterday while we was covering the post presser and all that stuff. People gonna do things like Kyle was saying yesterday. I didn't take it to heart. I laughed it off, but apparently that's something that's been directed at Kyle, and I'm gonna stand behind my bro. I'm gonna stand next to him and be ready to stand 10 toes down, y'all. So I'm ready, man. I'm ready. Let's get into it. I bet you won't do a drink live on your what? Anyway, let's jump into this Bama football talk. So I know y'all heard about the rumors with Parker Brailsford not being at practice, possibly going into the transfer portal, right? So how can I put this? So yesterday, and this is my first interaction, having this type of interaction with other media personnel when it comes to rumors, and things that are, coming from practice, because it was a closed practice, only Yay Alabama members, family, and special personnel were able to show up. And so I have my own sources, right? I have my own sources, people who actually are part of Yay Alabama. We got people that are on staff that conversate with, but I also got to have a slight conversation without asking questions, without trying to get any inside scoop or anything. I was able to talk to 3 of the players on the team: John Latham, Tim Keenan, and Tim Smith. And no, they didn't reveal anything in particular. Let's not get that twisted, but they were excited about their performance, the defensive line group, how they looked. And it was just some small things that were said that when you put 2 and 2 together, you're like, okay, boom, that makes sense. That report matches up. It kind of, and it goes in line with this what this person is saying. And Parker Brailsford, from every source that I have had, Tony Sakalis actually made the public. He put it out publicly, put out the article. And the thing is, Tony Sakalis, man, he's a guy. He's a risk taker when it comes to this stuff. And I respect what he does because he words it so good. He does a very good job at making sure he's not saying this is what happened and this is the only thing that could happen. He says this source says, and they've said this before, and that's why I believe this. And so when Tony puts something out publicly, he believes it strongly. So shouts out to Tony Sakalis. But yeah, he put it out that Parker Brailsford was not at practice yesterday. And that was something that was kind of mentioned in other conversations while we were getting ready for Kalen DeBoer to come in. And so last night, around, I want to say about 9:30, 10 o'clock Central Standard Time, there started being some things circulating in a few circles that he's really seriously considering going into the portal. Now, how true that is, we haven't heard anything from the staff or anybody on the team verbatim. But when certain sources are saying things, and I mean connected people that are really in the program, may not show up at 6 o'clock in the morning and leave at 6 p.m. at night, but they're there. They walk freely through the locker room. They could walk in the offices and walk down the coaches in the office, staff hallway and all that, and they could shake hands. And they the ones writing some of them checks. They are privy to certain information, right? And those guys are confirming that this might be a realistic thing. So I'm loving it, man. I'm loving it. So what else was real hot today before we get into the chat talk? Because y'all really not trying to talk football no more. Big Bama Brand with the $2 super chat. Appreciate that, my boy. We appreciate you all. Every fan funder, every person that does super chats, we definitely appreciate y'all. But yeah, what else? Oh, the quarterback stuff. So y'all see on Twitter, right? This guy, John Smith, shout out to him. I guess he's a fan or supporter. But shout out to John Smith. He was talking about Ty Simpson having such a great day. Well, I'm going to Jimmy, here we go. I knew you was going to ask. Listen, I'm going to tell y'all straight up. And this is something that I've been harking on for forever. Ty Simpson can be one of the best quarterbacks in the country. But until he figures out pace, timing, and learns how to work with guys instead of try to make guys work with him all the time, he is always going to run into those stumbling blocks of being consistent on the field. And then also another thing about Ty, this defensive line that we have is deep with talent. So I expect the offense to have its bumps and bruises and struggle, especially in that first spring in the new system where they're only applying about 30% of what they really want to get added into the, to the playbook or get these guys acquainted with before the final spring game, right? The spring practice. So, excuse me. So with that being said, there was multiple confirmations that Jalen Milroe was the guy yesterday. I mean, multiple conversations. And then there was a confirmation. There were no passing touchdowns given up yesterday during the scrimmage. 0 passing touchdowns. 0. That means Jalen Milroe, Ty Simpson, Dylan Lonergan, Austin Mack, nobody threw a passing touchdown yesterday. But there were scores from the run game. You had Jam Miller. They said Jam Miller had big plays. Justice Haynes still doing what he does, showing up. But Richard Young was the explosion of practice. They said Richard Young ripped out like 3 or 4 big runs. I mean, huge runs where he just was looking like that dude on the field. So that is good to hear. And then Daniel Hill going through his growing pains. But one highlight that one of my sources was talking about, they did a pass play and he was in. Ty Simpson was the quarterback where he stepped up and he made a solid block in the pass pro from the running back position. And they said Ty Hayes kind of just scrambled out and put himself in the bad. I mean, not Ty Hayes, but Ty Simpson scrambled out and put himself in a bad position. Now, how true that is, I don't know, but this is a source. I'm telling you, everything that I've been saying about what's been happening, then y'all get these reports and be like, oh, Smook had already said that. Yes, I have reliable sources who know, like, hey, I'm not one of those guys you got to write it in black and white for me. You give me a few context clues and I'm going to figure it out. I know how to decipher some stuff. So the report about Ty Simpson being the guy yesterday, false. Jalen Milroe is the leader. Jalen Milroe has gained the confidence of not only his teammates, but this coaching staff, especially Kalen DeBoer and Nick Sheridan. They love what they have at their disposal right now from the quarterback room. So with that being said, take what you want from it. That's just what Coach Smook going to tell you, and what I heard and what I was able to see and what I've been evaluating for the past 3.5 weeks during this time of spring practice that breaks the workouts, the conversations, everything. When I say that Jalen Milroe is really developing, and a lot of you all doubters that steadily come in here every day, he's not this, he did this last year. Well, he didn't have this coaching staff last year, nor did he have the type of players he has around him this year. This team is a different team. They got a different scheme. There's a new wave of how things are going to be pushed out. And so, yeah, it's going to be fire. Anyway, y'all, I be getting aggravated with some stuff sometimes. I'm sorry, y'all. But listen, what we got? Where we at? Let me look at y'all comments. Let's get in here. Moonrocker from Mississippi. So I had no clue that Cinco de Mayo was into what? That's believable though. Brock is killing it and ever. Are y'all drunk already? Some of these comments not making sense. Like, what? Wait, I'm trying to figure out what we doing. We already started drinking. It's Good Friday. We drinking on Good Friday. Is it before noon? It's not noon some places. What are we doing? Me too, Brian. Me too. I really, you know what, with Richard Young, I think, and me and Ty Hayes was talking about this earlier when I call Ty, call Sean, sometimes I call Jake. Me and Jared don't talk that much on the phone. We usually just end up in the same spaces, or we end up on Discord or something conversating. But yeah, I talked with Ty today, and he was like, man, if Richard Young could look at that Derrick Henry interview and see how patient Derrick Henry was when he came to Bama, because we all know Derrick Henry could have been starter year one, the year he came. But it was good for him to wait and develop and learn how to press the line of scrimmage, press the hole when he got a zone run scheme or dive, learning the speed of the college football level. I think Richard Young can benefit from doing that and staying in this deep rotation of this running back room and create a lot of value for himself, because in this day and age at the running back position, you don't need 40 carries a game to prove your value. You can have 12 to 15 touches a game as a running back, whether it's catching it out the backfield or getting handoffs, and be effective. You get what I'm saying? And build your draft stock, build your value. So I think Richard Young, play it safe. I think he's gonna be and play it patient and trust the process. I think he can be the guy that has to stay that fourth year, right? And he'll be the leader to transition to those next group of guys. So and he still won't be the workhorse of the group, but he will be a featured guy, right? And he has a skill set that you can't deny. And you look at the class that he came out in: Justice Haynes, Richard Young, and Cedric Baxter were the top 3 backs in their class. Two of those cats are at Alabama, right? And Jan Miller came out, I want to say the year before, right? And he was a highly touted back. So you align all those things together and you just put it together. You want him to stay patient so he can enjoy the fruits of his labor, right? Marquita said, not yet. You doing Florida? Yeah, it's a trip, man. Hey, we needed a center to replace old Seth Parker. Seth Parker? Oh, Seth. Okay, I see the time, the period. Okay, we needed a center to replace old Seth. Parker came in thinking he was going to be the guy. Hey, we didn't know that Brock was going to step up and truly own it, so it's all good. Brock is hometown. And see, the thing is, run the table, that's a great comment because James Brockemeyer came in highly touted. You know what I'm saying? I think the thing was the previous position coaches had him trying to be something that he wasn't, and he started developing into that. The mauler, the big trying to put on weight to be overbearing and all this stuff. But his skill set coming out of high school fits what Kalen DeBoer wants to do. Not only his skill set, but his anatomical makeup, meaning his height, his size. He's not a 300-pound guy. He's probably never going to push 300, right at 280, 290, right in that range. And he can carry that weight. That's his natural carry weight. So you put that in fact with that he was a solid guy coming out of high school. As long as he can get the ball back to the quarterback cleanly, I think that's a step up, like Ty Hayes said earlier. But then his ability to retain all the knowledge. And another topic that I want to slide into because of that comment is a lot of people had this misconception that Kalen DeBoer has a set way of how this offense is going to be ran. But even in the interview yesterday, he did a few interviews in this past week, during this week, where he's highlighting the fact that their staff is keying on using the assets available and the options that they already utilize in the offense. They're trying to pick out what works best. And the more they can load up on that side to say, here, they carry this good, here, that's how you start building your playbook for the season. So that's what they're using this spring practices for, which is huge. When you have a plan and you stick to it, you got a process of elimination of what you can bring to the table and what will actually work. I think last year, Tommy Rees brought a lot to the table and tried to make it work instead of seeing what he brought to the table that could work, finding those nuances in that, and then putting that on the field. There was time in the games where you just seemed like Tommy Rees was lost. I don't think we're going to have that problem with this staff, which gives me that confidence that Jalen Milroe is really grasping everything that they're throwing out, because not once have I heard a complaint about Jalen Milroe being inconsistent. One thing, the first thing that Coach Kalen DeBoer said about Milroe, he's consistent. Right? Decision making is getting better. So, and these are things that Coach DeBoer, and people can say, yeah, it's spring, he's supposed to say that. No, nobody's supposed to say anything. If I honestly believe if he didn't feel like there was a quarterback in that room that gave him confidence that he can continue to implement this scheme, there would be something said to the fact that we're trying to figure it out. No, we're working towards all of those things. That means we're progressing. That means forward movement. So I like to kill that narrative about Jalen Milroe. And then also the one that Kalen DeBoer is not going to, he's going to adjust his play calling, his style of play calling for this team. And honestly, I think we're going to see more run game implemented because of the amount of running backs we have. I think we're going to see a lot of running game this year, a lot of power run game. Hearing about the center situation and the wide receiver from Washington may not be starting tells me Coach Kalen DeBoer, KB, is in fact did win the lesser talent. That's and you know what? I won't say Parker Brailford is a less talented guy. He's a younger guy. People forget James Brockemeyer. He's going into his 4th year on campus. Parker Brailford is going into his 2nd year, if I'm not mistaken. Isn't he a sophomore? Somebody fact check me, Undefeated. Y'all know I don't mind being checked. You know what I'm saying? So check me. But yeah, I really agree with you. But Jeremy Bernard, I didn't think he was going to be a starter because he's not really a and I hope if he's watching, he don't take this the wrong way. He's not the wide receiver. He's not somebody you want as your number one option. He's the perfect person to put in and have him as your third option, because then there's such a talent gap between him and your third best cover guy or your fourth best cover guy that he gets to expose those options. Same thing I feel like is going to be for Ryan Williams his first year as a freshman. Same thing I feel like is going to be for who's another guy, Avery Hampton, and then even in our tight end rooms, I feel like the tight ends are going to get a lot of love because you're talking about your fourth best cover guy, your third or fourth best covering guy going against like one of our guys who could be the number one option somewhere. So I think that's a good thing to have, a good problem to have. And it's not a slight or shade at those guys who aren't number one options. You only can have one number one option, right? The more you can create options, the more options you have, the better. To me, that's just me. When you can't figure out where we're going every play, that's an advantage. That's an advantage. Let me get down to these comments. We got super chat. Okay, my fault, Chance. I got you, Chance Green. He said, "What's good, Smook? I've been telling y'all about Richard Young. Everyone excited about Jam and Justice, and I am too. But don't sleep on Young. Dude is a dog." I agree. And I'm not gonna lie. There was some bad reports coming out about Richard Young and his demeanor, his attitude. And I've always said that some players aren't practice players, right? Some players, when the lights come on, that's when you're going to get everything you expect out of them. And sometimes that don't pan out with some coaching staffs. But I feel like Richard Young, seeing his opportunities yesterday, that can be a positive turnover for him. And that's what we say about show up every day. You never know what can happen. You never know how things could pan out. So Richard Young showing up every day is an awesome thing. And we got opportunities to do so much with this running back room. There's so much that we can do with this running back room because of the depth. So I really think we got a chance to see these guys explode on the scene and really do some huge things. Let's go. Sounds interesting. And the chat. What's it? Be not drunk. Man, y'all really tripping about? All right, I just popped a white. Oh Lord. It must be. Is it 12 o'clock? Brock probably has improved his functional strength, meaning he can anchor now against SEC D linemen. Yeah. This offense fits his skill set and football IQ. Dude stayed and is showing what built by Bama means. 100% Coach Al. And Coach Al is a very intellectual person when it comes to observing the trenches. I learned a lot from Coach Al just sitting down, having conversations with him. Very intellectual, high IQ of what it entails to be a solid offensive lineman, right, in the game. And so when you have guys like James Brockemeyer, when you got guys like Wilkin Formby, who they said Wilkin played solid yesterday at right tackle. He had a solid day yesterday. The left tackle position is struggling, and we're going to talk about Caden Proctor again today because I was able to get into some more in-depth news about him, and it's creating the narrative that this young man may be ready to step up and take his lickings, go through his process, and earn his spot. Like I said, like I've been saying. But Brockemeyer being center number one, and Rock Montgomery was working behind him. I like that combination. But I'm like Coach Sean too. I like depth. I like quality depth. So you look at the depth at the offensive line room. Right now we got like 8 or 9 guys fighting for 3 positions, right? And that's the center, then the tackles. So you're going to see some crazy competition there, and it's a good thing to have. It's a good thing to have. We're only in spring, guys, and these guys are 8, 9 practices into 7. I think it's 7 or 8 practices into learning a whole new scheme. So there's going to be bumps and bruises, but to see the progression and hear about the progression that's happening, that's a good thing. Let's get to some more comments. Get some more comments. Country life, what country life in here talking about? Hey, chat. Let's take a moment and pop. I was just about to say that. I just scrolled down, Caleb. Let's take a moment and pop our stuff real quick. All right. So we found out who Country Life is. Thanks to all my undefeated investigators, we found out who Country Life is. And because we know who it is now, we're not gonna give him no more energy, okay? We know who he is, and we know what that means, right? We know what that means without having to reiterate. We know what that means. So yes, let's not give him no more energy today. It's undefeated Fridays. We're celebrating all the victories from this week because we're undefeated. All right, let's get on. That's good. Great news regarding Young. I'm hoping he keeps it together. Very bright future for the young man. Facts. I think Young is another guy. You don't have to be the primary guy ever in your career. You could have a Josh Jacobs type career at Bama, where you just, every time you're on the field, we expect explosion because you haven't been found out yet. Nobody can really put a gauge on what you can do on the field. Richard Young can catch the ball out the backfield. He's fast. I mean, elusive. He can catch the ball, get to the perimeter. I mean, not catch the ball, but get the handoff, get to the perimeter. I mean, his lateral speed and quickness is probably his best suit, right? And then you got Justice Haynes, who's just your perfect all around back. This guy can run you over. He'll jump over you. He'll go around you. He'll pull a spin, nice little jab move. I mean, and then Jam, y'all know he is. Jam Miller reminds me of like a bigger Darren Sproles, what he can bring to the table, you know, especially with his catching out the backfield. That's, to me, is what Jam Miller's his gold piece is. You get what I'm saying? If you had to pick out one of the attributes from each running back and say this is what they do great, Jam Miller has the hands out of the backfield. Richard Young has the big play every time he touched the ball ability. And Justice Haynes is the guy that you don't care what you need, you give it to him, he gonna get it done. That's how I feel. Kevin Riley isn't on campus yet, so we're not gonna comment on Kevin Riley. How am I? Nah, that's the wrong person. He came in yeah, facts, Antoine. I don't care about that dude. It seems like the front and the linebackers are deep with talent. They should really help with having young guys on the back end. 100%. EJ the 8. You know, that's how Georgia got by for years. The first few years under Kirby, he was able to retain a lot of talent in his front seven, and they he's one of those guys where what else is just talking about? Yeah, so you know, Kirby was one of those guys. He loved to get his linebackers. He loved to get his D-line so he can coach and help out that secondary. You know, just like Coach Saban, he kind of modeled his coaching style after Coach Saban. Maybe not his energy, but how he wanted to manage the team. He definitely mirrored what Coach Saban did. So he wanted his DBs to be able to develop whenever they were young. You know, last year, Malachi Stark's first year, you saw how he was just a natural guy, and he really benefited from having that front seven that was that N'Kobe Dean and all those guys his first year as a freshman. So and you look at a lot of talent that they bring in there now, it's like, man, they're doing it the same way. And you look at their front, they still have a lot of dudes up front over there at Georgia. So I think following that model is a safe way, especially in this new the way we're going to run this 4-2-5 now. And it's not necessarily a different defense. It's just, you know, how they're going to be calling the defense, how the type of style we're going to be playing, the aggressive nature of it. And you play a lot of match three, you play a lot of safe, you know, stuff on the back end, and that vibes well with young guys. You don't put them in a lot of situations where they're overthinking. They get to fly around and they get to play. So another report from the scrimmage yesterday was the simple fact that there was no passing touchdowns given up, which is good, you know, to me. But there wasn't a lot of focus on the pass game. I think this offensive staff understands that implementing the run game, getting the run game established in the SEC is probably priority. You get what I'm saying? In this league, you want to have a solid run game. I think we got away from the run game too much the last 3-4 years, right? We had Bryce Young for 2 years. And even with Mac Jones, you know, Najee Harris, he wasn't getting like 30 plus carries a game. So I think we might get to more of a balanced play calling system, right? And those touches between the running backs, it might be, you know, 20 20, 10, and 5, for the first 3 backs. And those 5 touches for that third back are going to be, key touches, keyed explosive touches. And the spell back is going to have opportunities to just create change of speed. And I think that rotation will change up from game to game. You might have a game like, let's say first week against Western Kentucky, where Justice just goes off. He does this thing with his 20 carries. You get Jam in there, he gets 15 to 20 because of the score. Then you get Richard Young in there, he gets 10. And they all have some solid stats, 80 plus yards a piece, right? And if you do that, what's your run game total looking like? Plus Jalen Milroe with his scrambles and 3 or 4 scrambles that he's going to have. Talking about the possibility of averaging 220 plus, 240 plus a game on the ground while still maintaining that 250 plus average of passing yards. Because 250 isn't a lot in this day and age, but when you have 200 rushing yards with it, that's different. You want to stay around that 560, 580 average yards per game production, right? And that will lead to points, averaging in that high 40s, mid 40s, high 40s. The scheme works. It fits. Smook, why no passing TDs yesterday? Great play from the DBs or bad play from the QB? No. What it was a mixture of both. You had great play from the DBs, but you also had when Milroe was in, you didn't have plays called to try to take off the top. Like they were really, what I was told, they were really keen on developing the run game yesterday. When it was time for pass plays, the quarterbacks, Milroe in particular, looked decisive. Weren't many drop passes, right? There was very few inaccurate looks when he was in, right? But the defensive line is such dogs, man. We have such a doggish defensive line group that it's starting to show like a little bit. It's starting to be a little bit unfair, right? When you're trying to develop a new scheme. So, and I don't think they're going to call, I don't think they should dial it down. I think you keep this pressure up, and that's what's going to help this offense come together against other opponents. The defense is working to learn their scheme, but also they get the advantage of familiarity, right? So I think that's what it's a mixture of. The D line is just nasty. And the secondary, a bunch of young guys, they don't have to think a lot. There won't be a lot of mix-ups on the back end. Communication is solid. I like it. We got another super chat. My boy Juvie86 with the $5 super chat said, "What's good, Coach Smook?" Hey, chilling, man. Look, I had to bring the noise down. My sister off today, so I'm trying to keep the noise down a little bit. Make sure I ain't disturbing. Life is good though. I'm excited. So, yeah. Where we at? What happened, Moon Rocco? What we calling this man? Let me see. I'm gonna read like 2 of his comments. Hey, this Country Life dude is funny, bro. Country Life, you know what? I would love to get you on the phone. Because you, I feel like you'll give us some awesome sound bites. With some of the crazy stuff you saying. My boy said, JT83 says, "Smook, I know we're high on Danny Lewis. Saw a highlight when he went up and mossed somebody." Listen, I keep telling y'all, man, CJ Dupree is going to be CJ Dupree. CJ Dupree is your complete tight end, but there's an athletic tight end in that room, and his name is Danny Lewis. And this boy got hands he got pillows for hands, right? That are strong. They got like crab claw grip. You get what I'm saying? Lockjaw, pit bull, lockjaw grip. And he has huge hands. Like when he grabs the football, it's like he's almost palming like a tennis ball or something, like a softball. He has these huge hands. Like, y'all see how my hands are pretty nice size. Danny Lewis' hands is like extended, probably like that much around mine. From there, even shaking Tim Smith hand last night, dapping him up, like, bruh, just wrap my hand up, man. Like, these some big human beings, man. These young men are some huge human beings, man. Plus, bro, wait, what happened? Country gravy. Oh man. So very special. Y'all are killing it, man. Y'all chill. Y'all chill, man. Y'all chill. Calm down. Friday. Hey, go pour a drink. Go pour a drink. I'm drinking water right now. Go pour a drink, y'all. Let's take a minute. Let's take a minute, y'all. Calm down. Let Country Life live. Let him live. He's welcome. He's welcome here. Country Life, you're welcome here. We welcome all fans. Ohio State, Arkansas, everybody. We welcome everybody, okay? Y'all chill. It's Friday. Good. Why would I call in to be harassed the same way I am in the chat? You're not harassed. You're putting yourself out there. You're a naysayer. We're letting you know. We're letting you know, you naysayer. You can't, hey, Country Life, you can't come in a Bama chat and talk trash about our team, right? And then not expect to get clapped back. Like, that's crazy. And don't say you're a Bama fan. We already exposed that lie. You know what I'm saying? He ain't wearing crimson. So y'all know what we say. What Devontae say? If they ain't wearing crimson, what? Y'all know what they say? Straight violation. Violation. We got to jump them. Oh, yeah. And y'all know it's Friday, so I let y'all go crazy on Fridays. Like, I'm all for it. I'm all for it. If I ain't got to say it, I don't have to say it. I can agree and disagree. I agree and disagree with everything else. I can't agree with what y'all bringing to the trolls, man. I love it. This is right down my alley. You know, I love it. So y'all actually saving me by not making me have to say that. You get what I'm saying? Y'all, I keep thinking I'm getting important text messages, and then it's my brother and sister going back and forth, talking trash to each other. Oh, they crazy, man. Not a report. We getting a report. Oh, you reported him? JT83? You reported my boy? What you reporting him for? Man? You can't come in here and have soft skin now. Ain't nobody attacking nobody personally, man. It's literally just they trash talking. You can't come in here soft skin talking crazy about Bama football. We passionate about our team. You cross lines, you open doors, and some people gonna walk through them. That's all it is, man. I don't feel sorry for nobody that come here. I really don't feel sorry for anybody coming here and down Jalen Milroe. And really just, I mean, without facts, because like Adam, he debates with facts. He talks about his lack of progression. He talks about his indecisiveness. Who else used to do that? AJ Maverick. Y'all remember me and AJ used to go at it a lot, but he would bring facts. He's like, man, he don't progress. I mean, those are facts that we can debate. And when they bring those facts, like, you can debate the other side of it. You can agree, but you can also debate the other side of it. Country Life is sitting here trying to tell us that Seth McLaughlin was a good center. I don't know. What do we do with that? What do we do with our hands with that? I mean, like, what do we do with that? What do we do with that? You know what I'm saying? Like, what do we do with that? Oh, man. Jerry, you got to spell his whole name out because that's disrespectful. That is disrespectful. His name is Country Life, not what you just put. Meanie. You meanie. Elite 8 game versus Clemson. Oh. Hey, before we get into that, chat, can we talk about the game last night? Because we started talking about it, but we really didn't go in depth. I want to hear some of y'all feels on that game because me personally, I heard how I called it. A little bit of effort. And guess who had to step up? Grant Nelson. That boy played the best game of the season last night. His best game of the year by far was last night. That boy, if he show up like that for the next, what we got? Elite 8. the Final Four. If he show up that for 3 more games like that, we might do it. We might do it. We might do it. Telling y'all, man. Shout out to Grant Nelson. Hey, y'all was going crazy. Y'all was going crazy last night. Y'all had me laughing, man. Y'all was talking about somebody was trying to kidnap me. Wasn't nobody gonna kidnap me, man. I think once y'all meet me in person, a lot of y'all meet me in person, y'all gonna see why people kind of like don't try me. Cause like y'all see one thing on camera, but y'all don't see what's happening off camera too. Like how we set this thing up. You know what I'm saying? I fear we have too many injured people for the next game against Clemson. I don't know. But let's talk about UNC first. Let's talk about the win over UNC. Then let's talk about Clemson. I like how we matched up against North Carolina. Like I said from the jump, I think it was just a matter of let's get some effort. Let's get some we got to win some of those 50-50 balls, right? And it was one play in the second half where I think they had 3 offensive rebounds and they missed 3 shots, but they were 3 missed offensive rebounds. And then also, but there were 3 contested shots that they missed too. Why are people tagging me in this? Why are people tagging me in this? This is like the 4th time. Why Coach Smook gotta know? I don't got the scoop. At least that's what everybody be saying. I don't got the scoop. Sears taking a backseat in the second half. The Grant showed leadership. Sears locked down on defense too. Facts put most of the effort. And that's what I've been saying, y'all. If we can give just as much effort as them bad shots that we was taking a lot during the season and put that effort towards defense, we can change the game. Now, just think about it. We might have Reitzel back for Clemson, right? We might have him back tomorrow. If we can get Reitzel back on the floor, and you know when he gets active on defense, that's a different team. When he gets active. I forget the young man's name. I was giving him crap earlier in the season. I think it's Griffin. Was that Griffin hit a few big shots last night? I was giving him a lot of flack earlier in the season, probably like a month ago. But yeah, man, I mean, this team doesn't look like the team that I have been watching all year. So leading up to this Clemson game, man, I am worried about Clemson though. Clemson knows how to use their bigs. Clemson bigs get active. As a matter of fact, let's see if we can pull a screenshot for the box scores. I think that was a good effort by them too. I seen that game right before ours came on. And they really, even though it was a close game with Arizona, I think they really played that team about as good as anybody was gonna play Arizona. Here we go. I'm gonna pull the ESPN stat books. Arizona. Then they gotta play us, Alabama, box score. Let's pull the box score up. So let's look at Clemson's box score stats right here real quick. Screenshot alert. Scoop go. And then we could pull this up like this here. And y'all let me know if y'all can see this pretty good. Let me know. Y'all should be able to see that pretty good, right? We good? As a matter of fact, let me edit this real quick, y'all. I got y'all. I promise. Don't jack me up just yet. Don't jack me up. All right, here we go. Let's jump into it. So, and this is what I want y'all to pay attention to. I don't even care about these numbers up here. These numbers here against Bama, they might not fare well. We usually do good when we could keep teams to these percentages overall. That shooting percentage from the field and that 3-point percentage. We did the same thing to North Carolina last night, 32%. I'll go and look at our stats too. Let me go see. I'm gonna pull those up, have those prepped for the next slide. me see. Pull it up. Go back to Alabama, North Carolina, Bottle, screenshot alert. That's the wrong one. I need to pull the North Carolina box score first. I got that one, and then I'm gonna put our box score up. Then we're gonna go from there. Here we go. So, get off of that. All right, so we got Clemson up, right? So, like I said, and I'm just looking from the offensive standpoint. I feel like our defenses are similar. It's all about creating runs, creating multiple stops in a row. I know if y'all were watching my live game reaction last night, I was banking on it was 2 different times in the second half where I was like, if we get these 3 stops and get return on it, meaning at least get to the free throw line, at least, run some good time off the shot clock, off the game clock, I think we set ourselves up for success. Look at the numbers that Clemson had against Arizona last night. And that was enough to beat Arizona. If you look at our numbers against when we played Arizona earlier in the season, I think our shooting percentage was at like 41%. 3-point percentage was at 28%. We missed hella free throws. We were under 50% on free throws. So we didn't have a solid game. And I think we only lost that game by like 14 or 11. Somebody fact check me on that one. But yeah, I'm looking at these numbers, man, at the rebounding numbers. Clemson was able to hit the boards like they always do. They always play tough on the boards. Look at how they share the ball. Their percentage, their shooting percentage, almost 50% is that's a solid game. But they move the ball really well. Defense, they was able to force 4 steals throughout the game. We know one of our biggest issues coming into the tournament was turnovers. So Clemson is very disciplined on defense. They protect the rim, but they also struggle with handling the ball too. Last night they had 10 turnovers, right? And it turned out to be a solid game. They played against a good Arizona team. We are not Arizona, right? We're not going to sit here and act like we have the same skill sets that Arizona possesses, but we do have an athletic team. Let's jump to the stats with North Carolina from last night. All right. This right here, this RJ Davis stuff, that was what I was most excited about. I'm not even going to lie. Us holding RJ Davis to a 25% shooting game, giving up no threes to him. I mean, I think 3 out of those 9 were wide open and he just kind of shanked them. But we played him good. We made the other guys become effective, right? And honestly, if the refs didn't help them out on like 6 of those calls between the whole game, the score might be a 12-point, 15-point game, a 12 to 15-point deficit that they lose by. But the refs definitely was helping them out. Look at the rebounds, though. They was able to win the rebounding game. Let me go to this one. They was able to win the rebounding matchup, but not by a wide margin. And if y'all look at the stat that they put up earlier, coming out of half, they talked about the rebounding game when Alabama, is whenever they lose the rebounding margin by 7 or more, they lose the game. When they could keep it within 7, they were 21 and something, or 20 and something. 46 to 43 was the rebounding edge that they had. We stayed within, and like I said, it was one possession where they had 3 offensive rebounds. And you look at the total amount of rebounds we had compared to what they had. We had 43 total rebounds, and they had 46. So them 3 extra rebounds on that possession didn't hurt us, right? Because we were actually giving effort on defense. So all of these things translate into each other. You look at our field goal percentage. We were above average on our season for the 3-point percentage, and then we were right at our average for the field goals. Look how many shots we got up last night. 67 total shots. Y'all remember I talked about the volume of shooting that we need to have? They didn't go sporadic with shooting, and a lot of shots at the rim were very well contested by North Carolina. So the fact that we didn't bail on going in, driving the lane, getting to the rack, that was huge for us. I want to go back to this. Look at the percentages we kept them at. Look at these percentages. If we can force Clemson into these numbers and not these numbers, right? Because they had those numbers on the 3-point side against Arizona. But if we can force Clemson to be somewhere around these numbers, I like our chances. Definitely get them jokers, keep them off the free throw line. We know North Carolina was one of the best free throw shooting teams in the nation this year. But we keep Clemson off the free throw line, move our feet, play solid defense, eliminate the blow bys, or when you see blow bys, recover. The guy that got blew by, you got to go sprint to the help. All right, help the helper. All right, you can't have guys leaving guys from the opposite corner trying to cover down for you. You get beat, immediately find where your help came from and go cover. Because more than likely, Clemson's going to backdoor you. They're going to move without the ball. So, with all that analysis at hand and the conversation that we had about this game coming up tomorrow against Clemson, I like our chances. I really do. I really think our guys have found a rhythm late in this tenure this season, and I think we kind of set ourselves up to be in position and win this game. And boy, I'm telling you, if Alabama can get to this Final Four, Lord have mercy, Jesus. Lord have mercy, Jesus, on the world of college basketball, because I'm not one of them fans that's gonna go crazy. I see some fans right now repping Bama basketball, boy. It feels like football season. It really does. And I'm kind of subtle about it, because I look at basketball from a total different viewpoint than I do football. But I feel like our boys can really go out there and compete. Hey, Greg, that's what I'm saying. The volume. See, I think North Carolina underestimated our half-court sets. We've actually ran some half-court sets yesterday that they started slow, and then Nato was called that first time out I think it was about 4.5 minutes into the game, and they made an adjustment where they kind of picked up the tempo. If we can get tempo, get up shots, solid shots, volume of shots, keep that up high like we had, I like it. I like it. I like it. Monica in the chat. What's up, Monica? How you feeling? Monica in the chat. Welcome back. Welcome back, sis. How you feeling? I did see a lot more effort on the boards last night. Facts. Me too. Let me see what other comments I missed. Actually, we usually shoot more than 80 shots a game. But this volume here, I'm talking about quality shots. Quality shots, not bad shots. Quality shots. Quality shots. You had 67 quality shots, and you almost hit 50% of them. There were maybe 2 or 3 bad shots the whole game. I mean, bad shots. Not misses, just bad shots the whole game. So you take away those 3 bad shots, you probably have a higher percentage. Quality shots, 60 plus a game, that's going to be quality. That's going to be at 60 quality shots. That's going to be a good game. It's going to be a good game. Oh, you couldn't see the graphic. Here you go. Yeah, there you go. I'm saying 60 quality shots right here. I don't know if you can see my mouse, but that's 60 quality shots. I like that. I like for our team to be that way. Let me see. We still in here? Can I? Yes, Sean, you can. Yes, you can. Go ahead, do your thing. Smook, he says, Smook, I know we've talked about him, but I'm hearing that Caleb Odom is still showing out on the field. Man, listen. For Caleb Odom to be doing the things that he's doing and going through growing pains with learning a new offense, transition to a college level, I think the best thing for Caleb Odom was to enroll early. Like, that was the best thing for him, because now you don't have just 4 weeks of evaluation to go off of coming into next season and fall camp. You get a whole spring practice, 15 practices of evaluation that you get with this young man. You get to evaluate his mentality. You get to evaluate his ability to be coached, right? You get to evaluate his dedication. One thing about this wide receiver group, even the DBs, a couple times last week after when I was leaving this facilities, and practice usually ends about 3 o'clock, 3:30, somewhere around that time when they have it, during the day. Sometimes, and even the days where they have late practice, where it ends at 5:30, sometimes I'll be leaving the facilities about 7. And so that's like 2.5 hours after practice is over. One day at 3:00, we was out there for post-practice interviews. We didn't leave the facility till about 6:37. And when I was leaving the facility, you had a lot of wide receivers and a lot of DBs, the tight ends. They were coming back from the field because they're working the jug machine for 3-4 hours. And they're not just leaving when they get their reps done. They're sitting around talking, discussing things. So that's good to see, man. But Caleb Downs is definitely on there. Definitely out there doing that thing, doing his thing. Oh, man. One more win and it will be the furthest Bama has ever made it in the tournament. Facts, Brian. I just hope that pressure don't get to them boys like that. I really just want them to show up and play with the same effort. This is a solid team athletically. Like, we got a lot of athletes that just don't have no true big, right? But we got athletes that can suffice. And if you just give a little effort, I wonder what I'm gonna see what the game plan should be, because I watched some of that Clemson game the second half, but I want to see what their start looks like. Maybe some of y'all can tell me. Hey, facts, JT. Facts. Don't let it get to you now. Steven said you could be. Oh, man. Y'all is a trip today, but best chance to get to the Final Four ever, for sure. Facts. I agree, Greg. Tempo will be key. 100%. 100%. So, with that being said, y'all know we about to break it down. About to get out. I gotta go get my hair cut. I'm looking tough. I'm looking rough up under here. You know what I'm saying? Gotta go get faded up. So, I'll probably do a midday vlog, my barbershop visit. I think I'm gonna go ahead and do that for y'all today on my channel. Follow me at Coach Smook on every channel. I mean, on every platform, right? And keep up with your boy, man. We doing some fun stuff, especially coming up this summer. Y'all gonna get a lot of recruiting insight this summer because of the type of content that I will be dividing up between my channel and this primary channel here on Bama Football on YouTube. So, Smook, what is it? Oh, okay. Let's do that before we get out of here. So, I know y'all real touchy about this Caden Proctor situation, right? But I want y'all to go back and play back everything I said about Caden Proctor when the first announcement came about the reasons why I didn't care to have him back, right? Not once did I attack his skills, not his development, none of that. I stated facts, right? As a true freshman, for him to be an labeled All-American and to grow through all the struggles that he grew through, he played a solid game. But what's gonna be stuck in my mind, this dude right here, what's gonna be stuck in my mind is the fact that he bailed in the worst time ever. He showed that he had more concern about himself than the team, right? And other players did too. But he showed that. And he's the only one that come back. Everybody else is staying where they at right now. You know what I'm saying? Everybody is staying where they at right now. But he chose to publicly say, I'm coming back. This was the wrong, I got the wrong idea. The grass ain't green on the other side. So, but talking to some sources around the area, hearing that, he's been back and forth or he's here permanently now. It was one rumor saying that he's here and finishing his online classes at Iowa. I don't even think that's like possible, but if that is the case, good for him. But the thing is, this offensive line, they're going through such a change technique wise that the younger guys who came in with Proctor, they're having their bumps and bruises. They're growing with it, right? They're growing, but they're having their bumps and bruises, and they're doing this and they're getting the head start because they have 15 practices to deal with this, right? They're going against top. I mean, you got Tim Keenan, Tim Smith, Jordan Renard, Quay Russaw. Quay Russaw went off yesterday, y'all. They said Quay Russaw had 3 sacks. 3 sacks where he just blowing past the edge. Killing it from the edge. Jeremiah Beeman, Jeremiah Alexander. I mean, this front seven is so deep, and you're trying to learn a new system, and you're trying to maintain and hold your own. Kane Womack is dialing it up as far as sending the pressure, putting pressure on these young guys to learn. So I could see him coming in and making a push, but he's really going to have to work because it's not going to get easier. I think some D linemen want to prove that, man, you got to earn this jump, and they're not going to half step with him. And to me personally, if he really wants to prove himself, I think he should go in inviting the challenge. I think he should be the one stepping up saying, hey, put me out there. I'll do scout team. I'll shut down the left side. Let me do scout team and show y'all that I'm trying to work to get back right. Because if he does, that vibes well with the team, man. That vibes well with the team morale. You know, posting a Jordan pic talking about I'm back. That's not the way to do it. You weren't Michael Jordan. You didn't lead us to a national championship. You weren't the reason why we made the playoffs. So that's my take on it. But there is some talks about him being around in the area. You know, he's taking the quiet approach now that he's made his decision to come back. And is it going to work out? I think it will. I don't like I said, I still don't think he's going to be starter week 1. I don't think he's going to probably start till maybe after the Georgia game. He may get in the Georgia game if we're still struggling at left tackle, but there's a lot of work for him to do. So yeah. Hey, Smook, you hear that Stephen M say about Keanu Cole, Will Anderson type impact? Man, I've been telling y'all, Keanu Cole been going crazy. I haven't been highlighting and harking on it a lot because I thought Colt was going to get an opportunity last year. And I'm glad he still got that drive. The thing is, man, this linebacker group, that's one group I'm not worried about. Inside and outside linebacker, the edges, I'm not worried about them. I think they understand how deep this rotation is going to be. Guys aren't going to be able to play 60 snaps a game this year. You know what I'm saying? Cynthia, what's good? Welcome back. Welcome back. How you feeling? Roll Tide, sis. Hey, I told the chat I was going to change my pick and the ladies rejected it. So ain't no way, Moon Rocker. So you ain't in control of your own stuff? You ain't in control of your own stuff? Soft. Soft, like Kobe says. Soft. That's soft, bro. Change your profile picture, bro. They don't run you. Y'all a trip, man. Tell him, Antoine. You aim to please. There's some fellas in here like your picture too. There's some fellas in here like your pick too, Moon Rocker. What's up? Hey, my boy ain't no simp now. My boy ain't no simp. All right, my boy ain't no simp. Crimson Dad. Hey, Moon Rock, you gotta be careful in these streets, man. Listen, at Cinco, you better shut up after I say this. You don't know who behind these profiles, Moon Rocker. You don't know who behind these profiles. Cinco, shut up. I know he coming. I know Cinco coming. Shut up. I'm gonna go ahead and say it right now. Cinco, shut up. Hey, shouts out to everybody. Shout out to all our fan funders. Antoine. I don't even know how to segue out of that situation. I'm sorry. I don't even know how to get out of that one. Oh, it's a safe space for football talk. This ain't the Dateline. This ain't. Be careful what you're fishing for. Go out there trying to pull a bass and pull up a cat. I'm telling you. That's what. That's why we got a huge let me stop. That ain't for here. Y'all want to hear about the catfish story? Y'all want to hear catfish stories? I'll talk about it on Outside with Coach Smook later, y'all. All right. But listen, yeah, Moonrock, it ain't safe, man. It ain't safe. I love y'all, man. I love y'all so much, man. I really do, for real. Y'all make this so easy. Y'all make this so easy. We not. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it. Be careful. Hey, Moonrock, you remember we was talking about volcanoes last night? Well, this situation here, this is let's just call it the fishing trip. Let's just call it the fishing trip, okay? Let's just call it the fishing trip. We just gonna call it the fishing trip, all right? We can't never end the segment talking Bama football. Y'all always get ghetto. So I love it, man. We the undefeated. It's a reason why I love Undefeated Friday. We're just gonna call this Undefeated Fridays from here on out. We'll talk all the rumors, all of that, but we're gonna have some fun. Y'all tap back in tonight. I think I will be kicking. I think Sean and Jay will be kicking off at 6. And I'm gonna get the round table. We're gonna try to get the round table, see if we can get it approved by Kyle and T. Get the round table. The elephant in the room, right? Elephant in the room. Cinco, you stop. And Sharita better not show up in here. Now she better not show up and start typing nothing. She better not come in here typing nothing. Y'all better stop. So with that being said, shout out to the undefeated, y'all. Shout out to everybody in the chat. I love y'all. Oh, okay. I love y'all, man. I love y'all. And make sure y'all continue to support the channel. Here at Bama Football on YouTube, Kyle Henderson, Lady T, myself, Coach Sean, Jake Merrill, Ty Hayes, Jarek. Make sure y'all continue to support the team. Make sure y'all following everybody's socials. And don't forget Tuesday. Tuesday is going to be a big day because we're doing some more recruiting, watching some film, under the radar, on the radar, class of 25. I think we're kind of getting to the end of those guys that we're targeting, not just guys out there, but guys that we're targeting. So we're trying to just look for 25 talent that could pop up on the map, right? So for Alabama. But with that being said, y'all, gotta go, man. You gonna want me to get in trouble? I'm not getting in trouble today. I'm gonna be a good civilized citizen today. I'm putting on my civilized citizen hat today. But yeah, so y'all be good, man. I'll catch y'all later. Check your boy out at Coach Smook on every platform. Got great content being uploaded. I might have an edit done by the end of the night. Depends on how the day go. It is Friday, so y'all know Friday is a good day. Saturday, tomorrow, I know for a fact that Kyle said we're gonna do he's working the workout time so we could do a live watch party for the game. Y'all know we can't film or show the game itself here, but we will be able to react with you all and do what we do. So with that being said, have an awesome day. I'm your boy, Coach Smook of Bama Football on YouTube, team reporter, recruiting insider, director of player personnel, all of that good stuff, man. Appreciate y'all for the support and the love. And I'll catch y'all on the next one. And because my sister is here today, I won't yell it. I'm going to just tell y'all, roll tide. Let's go, baby.